Hola. Bien, perfecto. Bueno, pues comenzamos. Buenos días a todas y a todos. Bienvenidas al evento multiplicador de INCLUDL Schools, que está enmarcado dentro del proyecto.
Good morning to everyone. Welcome to the INCLUDL School, an event organized by COCEMFE in the framework of the INCLUDL School project co-funded by the European Commission through the Erasmus Plus program. The aim of this event, which is a hybrid, because we're physically present here within the ONCE Foundation at Madrid, but we are also in YouTube, as you can see us, through COCEMFE's different YouTube channels. On the one hand, we have the English channel, but also we have the Spanish channel, both of them subtitled, and we also have sign interpreters. Thank you all who are helping us enjoy this event. I'm going to tell you throughout the day the topics that we're going to be addressing today. Now, I don't want to take too long because I'm going to give the floor to Anxo Queiruga, who is the president of COCEMFE, so that he gives you a few words of welcome. Thank you very much. Good morning, dear colleagues and friends. I would like to welcome you to this multiplier event of the INCLUDL Schools project. For us, this event is going to present the results of a European project coordinated by COCEMFE, INCLUDL Schools also, and the aim of it is to help promote an inclusive Europe throughout an education which is high quality for all of the students. We all always say, that education is the tool of any citizen. And we say that when we talk about people with disabilities, it is essential. Education is essential for their future because that's going to help them access a job later today. We want to share knowledge around the implementation of inclusive methodologies, especially service and learning, and the universal design for learning as a way to ensure presence, participation, and learning outcomes for students with disabilities. Thanks to the INCLUDL Schools project, we have managed to bring these approaches to the real experience in Spanish and European schools. And we have generated tools that we present in this event, and where we also want to multiply this acquired knowledge. At COCEMFE, we firmly are committed to innovation, and for this reason, we participate in European projects that allow the exchange of knowledge and the development of strategies to promote the full inclusion and participation of people with disabilities in all areas, especially in the field of education. And before we formally open this event, I'd like to thank ONCE Foundation for hosting this event. This entity, COCEMFE, has a very close historic relationship with ONCE. Actually, we're part of the management board of the foundation. And also, I would like to thank everybody who has worked on the project for your dedication, for your commitment in promoting inclusive education. Inclusion is not just an objective, but rather a fundamental principle that should guide all of our actions and decisions. As we always say in COCEMFE, education is either inclusive or it is not education. And without further ado, I now turn to the Multiplier event of the INCLUDL Schools project. Thank you. Thank you very much, President Anchos, for your words. They are truly inspiring. I wanted to underline from what you've just said how COCEMFE, throughout its more than 40 years of existence, has always been aligned with the values and principles of the European Commission, which make sense nowadays. The right of the students, and thanks to the right to education, we can exercise all of our rights, the remaining rights. We've always said that education is the main access of the rest of the rights. It is very important for us to coordinate many different areas of know-how and knowledge, and that is what COCEMFE facilitates when it comes to organizing projects. We're here today, and it is a pleasure, by the way, thanks to the fact that the entire COCEMFE has been involved. So I would like to thank my colleagues from the professional development and educational area, who have been actively involved. Also, the accessibility and independent living area, the cohesion and social and health coordination area, the finance area, fundamental, right? Obviously, the communication area. I can see you over there. And of course, the program and innovation area that I coordinate, which where I work happily, but I share with my colleague Reme, and we've coordinated this project. By the way, I'm going to give the floor to my colleague Reme so that she introduces or presents actually the project INCLUDL School. I know Reme, but I want to tell you that she's a project technician in the area of projects and social innovation of COCEMFE. She has an extensive experience in formulation and monitoring of projects in different programs. She's particularly fond of the Erasmus Plus program because of her belief in the opportunities for social and personal transformation that intercultural and experiential learning offers. You have the floor, Reme. Oh, thank you so much for sharing with us this moment, Bea. The multiplying effect is going to present the results of the projects that we've made carried out for 33 wonderful months. And I'd like to get my PowerPoint if I may. Great, it's here. INCLUDL School is an association of cooperation of Erasmus Plus. That's the logo of the project, and in this project, there's been 8 institutions from 7 countries involved to promote opportunities.
¿Vosotros conocéis a Erasmus? Pues Erasmus es este señor de aquí, que era Erasmus de Rotterdam.
For those of you who don't know Erasmus, Erasmus is this man here. He was from the Netherlands, in the Renaissance, and he wrote quite a few plays, but that's not the reason why the program is called that. The Students' Foundation that created this program, I think it chose that name because they were convinced, because they knew that Erasmus convinced that education had to question the church, the state, and the administration in order to turn students into individuals that were more reflective and those who could learn from sharing experiences. And with your experience, with your permission, I'm getting a little bit nervous. The program is funded by the European Commission, and since 1987, the action plan for the European Community was created for the university students, and this is the acronyms of the Erasmus in English. These are the acronyms for that, and it became very famous because of the mobility of university students around Europe. But at the same time, in Europe, other programs were being created related to education and mobility, and they were less known, like Comelion and Youth in Action and a few others. And then, as part of the multi-annual financial framework in 2014, all these programs were joined together and they added the plus to Erasmus, so it turned into Erasmus Plus. The program was restructured and is now divided into 3 actions. The key action 1, which is the learning mobility, key action 2, which are cooperation actions between organizations and institutions, and key action 3, which are activities supporting the policy development and cooperation at the European level. So who are we? Well, like it's already been said, this is a project coordinated by COCEMFE, and 8 organizations are members of this consortium. The Autonomous University of Madrid, the Anamora in Turkey, a school in Turkey, another school in Turkey, another calling in Poland, another one in Latvia. We also included the St. Carlos Cano and a Greek school, a technology company, and the Anamur Center. The objective of INCLUDL Schools is promoting inclusion in the European schools, improving teachers' skills to integrate more inclusive educational programs in their schools and in their community. And so how do we do this? Well, INCLUDL Schools suggests an innovative methodology that promotes competence-based learning. And so how have we done this throughout all the entities of the consortium? Well, we have implemented in the 4 educational centers that participate inclusive actives that are based on UDL and SL, which provide services to the community. And with those experiences, the goal was to develop 3 tools that enable teachers and educational centers throughout Europe to implement inclusive educational practices. And we celebrate with you today the launch of these tools. The tools are an inclusive inspiring guide, the app, INCLUDL app, and a toolbox for innovation. But to get here, we have gone a long way that have required the coordination and commitment of the consortium. And now we're going to introduce you or present you all the activities that we have implemented in chronological order. In a very hot July of 2022, we met in Madrid for the first time. It was our kickoff meeting in order to get to know each other and in order to create joint criteria for the implementation of the project. And after that meeting in Madrid, before we started with the educational activities, we needed to know the situation of the inclusion of the participating teachers and all the inclusive activities being performed in the different centers. The University in Madrid created the SWOT questionnaire, and the results of this analysis allowed us to identify the important points in all the activities for learning and training, which are called the LTT activities, and these are called LTT C1 and C2. C1 in Madrid took place in February 2023. We met again in January 2023, sorry. And as part of that training, we had the participation of 40 teachers from 5 countries for 3 days. And the topics were inclusive synergies, active methodologies, UDL, and SL, under the approach of inclusion of people with disabilities, creativity, and ICTs. And this is the photo of the group in the European Parliament of the City of Madrid that actually hosted the event. We met again in February 2023 in Athens, where the Innovation Frontier was the host, which is our technological partner. And the aim of this meeting was to develop the content and the functionality of the app and the toolbox, which are two of the three outcomes that we're going to present today to you. We then met again in September 2023, and then we went to Anamur in Turkey, and we coordinated there the implementation of the educational programs that started with the new academical year. Then when we started with, well, after the program, after the implementation of the educational programs in January 2024, we met in Zagreb, and we had the second LTT, and 35 teachers exchange experiences. And after the implementation, we had an advanced implementation on inclusive education with all type of projects that apply the UDL approach. Last March, we met again in Latvia, where we went for the Kuldiga Primary Educational Center, and the objective of this meeting was to guarantee the quality of the results of INCLUDL Schools. Next week, we will meet again in Poland in order to share the conclusions of the project. And the four projects, UDL-based, that we have implemented in the schools are birdhouses for the elderly that were developed by the primary school at Kuldiga. Flowers for Grandma and Grandpa, which was implemented by the Catholic school complex in Poland. And universally accessible gardens implemented by the SEPIE, Carlos Cano in Spain, and the Journey to Our Own Culture developed by the Secondary School Center in Anamur in Turkey. And the results of this project, beyond the intellectual results, were that we have increased our cooperation network, both at a local level, but also regional, national, and international level. We also improved the technical skills, like procedures, tools, skills, etc. We have also collaborated to a more inclusive society. Participating in INCLUDL Schools has helped the participating entities, our communities, and our cooperation networks to put on our cooperation and inclusion classes. That way, we've identified the obstacles of inclusion, and that is therefore the first step to be able to improve. We've also improved the teachers' knowledge in service learning methodologies that are integrated into the UDL. And we also have to provide educational, inclusive, innovative experiences for the teachers in Europe, like the app, the toolbox, and the guide that we are talking about. Participating into an Erasmus program transforms, changing lives and opening minds. That's the slogan of Erasmus Plus, because of the interculturality. Since we see each other in different contexts, we acquire new references of ourselves and our environment, and allows us to go through situations that otherwise we wouldn't have experienced. And everything is an opportunity for learning. Although not everything is always easy, there are difficult times, and in difficult times, the tribe supports us, friendships support us, and the community grows stronger. And I use the slogan of our project that was mentioned by Axel before already, and I like to ask this question: if education is not inclusive, is it education? And that's all for me. Thank you very much for your attention. Well, so who knows the answer? Let's see who knows the answer to Remy's question. Well, I hope it's clear to all of us, and if it's not clear, it doesn't matter, but we have up to 2:30 to talk about this. So thank you very much, Remy. For me, it has personally been a pleasure to be part of this consortium, to be part of this program. It has definitely changed lives, professional lives, and so I cannot be more thankful to the Erasmus project. And beyond all that, at a professional and personal level, I'd say that it is absolutely necessary to have this kind of project, and in a very difficult Europe that we're currently experiencing, it is necessary that we reflect on these values that Remy mentioned, say inclusive education, on our democratic values and values that have to do with diversity. And as such, in Europe, thanks to projects funded by European Commission and managed by the SEPIE, we can get to have a more democratic Europe, a more peaceful Europe, by all means, more diverse in all senses, and of course, more inclusive and accessible. In order to talk about this context, which is a more global context, we have a keynote presentation. I'm going to read it so that I don't make a mistake. I've got a little bit left. And the keynote presentation is titled European Years of Schools, Competencies in Education and Their Importance in the Development of Inclusive Societies. We have with us for this presentation Maria Campo from the European Commission, and the European Commission and delegation in Spain has a degree in Business Administration, Management, Law and Economics from the University Carlos III in Madrid, and a Master's in Business Internationalization from the Institute of Foreign Trade. She has been working at the European Commission since 2010. She started her career in Brussels in the Directorate General for Cooperation and Development in charge of thematic programs on biodiversity, climate change, and private sector development in third countries. Then, in the Directorate General for Budget, she was responsible for negotiating the budget for EU policies such as communication, civil protection, or health. At the end of 2020, she moved to the representation of the European Commission in Spain, to the Communication, Partnerships and Networks team, where she is a coordinator of the European Direct Networks in Spain, among other responsibilities. Thank you very much, Maria. And with Maria, we also have, this is a pleasure, Jorge Bolaños Martinez, who is Senior Management and Common Services Officer of the Management Support Unit in SEPIE, the national agency. He is blind, and his parents, together with other families, promoted integrated education for blind children in the Canary Islands in the early 80s. He also has experience in inclusive education in a social project he founded in 2014 called Dragones de Lavapiés, or Dragons from Lavapiés. I really recommend you to find out more about it because it's very interesting. So please, you have the floor, and we're looking forward to listening to you.
It's a pleasure for me to be in this multiplying event and talk about the Competence European Year that was until May 2024. It was an important year for many reasons. No doubt you, with this project, also have played a key role. Thanks to your education project and this Erasmus Plus project, we've been told that you've implemented it throughout these months, including schools, that underlines, as Reme said, promotion of inclusion in schools, improving the competencies of the teachers, promoting more inclusive programs. in their schools. I'd like to make use of this session so that you could see what is happening throughout this year, and I'm going to be delighted also to listen to you, to your impressions, and get to know in depth the three tools that COCEMFE is going to present to promote inclusive education and your project, and how they can also contribute to promoting the acquisition of competencies and incentivize and improve the inclusion in the labor market nowadays, which is very necessary. Very briefly, some background. The European years started in 1983, where Spain was not even integrated yet in the European Union, and the first year, well, was celebrated in order to promote information about SMEs and craftsmanship. Maybe you remember some European years such as active aging, or more recently the European Year of Youth in 1992. These European years always have the same generic ideas of informing the citizens and discussing these specific subjects. In 2022, we had just overcome the COVID-19 pandemic, and it was considered that it was important to focus on youth, a part of society that had suffered this pandemic especially. So it was called the European Year of the Youth, in order to promote the youth and the mobilities that Reme has been talking about in the European framework of Erasmus Plus and other programs to promote mobility and the knowledge of cultures and European values. And then naturally, this year generated the European Year of Competencies that started in 2023 and that took place until May 2024. From 9th of May to 9th of May. 9th of May is the Day of Europe, so it was the day it was launched. And this European year of 2023 to 2024 for competencies and skills included several objectives, such as promoting a bigger investment, more effective and more inclusive on training, on education, and on the improvement of on competencies at all levels of education and at all ages, and working on the adequation of the aspirations to the opportunities of the labor market, guaranteeing that competencies are adequate and pertinent to fulfill the needs of the market, to cooperating with business and social agents to achieve that, attracting also talents from third countries and maintaining obviously the one we have, strengthening the competencies of knowledge and mobility and so on. It is a year especially dedicated to acquire competencies such as today's project, lifelong learning, recycling, professional lifestyle, always within the framework of double digital and ecologic transition, being more inclusive with more innovation, improving the competitiveness of companies, obviously. In terms of quantifiable objectives of this European Year of Competencies, well, the idea is for 2030 at least to have 60% of adults be involved in training activities every year. For the time being, it's just 37%. And it would be interesting to increase that percentage up to 80% of adults should also have digital basic skills. For the time being, that's far from what we have. Or having 20 million of specialties in CT, in ITCs in the European Union. This is a priority in these months. For instance, we've underlined especially the importance of strengthening the presence of women in the scientific university degrees or technological degrees and so on. No doubt this European year, on the one hand, has been good in order to visibilize, make visible some initiatives that we had before the launching, such as the European Platform for Capabilities and Digital Employment that we already had, and with the Conectar Europa mechanism, we wanted to strengthen these resources as self-assessment tools and so on. But also we wanted to promote all the types of initiatives, such as the creation of a new degree, university degree for Europe, a European degree, that shows the transnational cooperation between higher education. This should be voluntary and it would help students of higher education because it promotes educational mobility. Another action that has been promoted is the possibility of creating a European certificate of digital skills that helps students and vendors and companies also to acknowledge the capabilities with quality certificates adequate to the digital skills framework, with a common definition on digital skills that is updated all the time. Or an academy, I'm just thinking, for competences or skills on cybersecurity. Most probably we need to have a clear need for that. That should be an online available education for anybody who wants to improve the skills on that. All of these initiatives, as the previous speakers were mentioning, always funded by European Union programs or funds, national agencies such as SEPIE, and Jorge is going to tell us how we do that at the national level, implements them. We have financing programs such as Erasmus Plus from the new financial framework in 2021 to 2027, including more than 26,000 million euros. And as Remedio just said, it used to seem focused on mobility, educational institutions, higher educations, just universities, but now it's also included in primary, secondary schools, vocational training, and other types of projects for training and development of tools such as this project that we're presenting today. We also have other types of alternatives to finance these more inclusive actions, such as the Social European Fund, also plus from 2021. Everything is plus now because we're trying to go beyond, one step ahead. With more than 99,000 million euros for this period, including also mechanisms such as ALMA, which is specifically dedicated to what we call in Spain non-students, non-working students or people. Thanks to the national agencies, we have the resiliency and recovery mechanisms. I'm sure that you've heard talk about that a lot because in Spain also it's working. Almost 600,000 million in Digital Europe program, which is key for digital competence or skills rather, in order to promote the reserve of talent in the European Union, or Horizon Europe, which is dedicated to improving the skills of researchers and entrepreneurs and innovators in certain areas, with programs maybe which are not as well known as Erasmus Plus sometimes, but the scholarships such as Marie Sklodowska-Curie. We maintain the Polish name because that was the original name. And the European Council of Innovation or the European Institute of Technology are also financed with Horizon Europe. And then we, as the European Commission, from the representation here in Castellana 46, you've seen the headquarters of the Parliament, we share with them. And we try to also hold activities with this impact at a level, at an inclusive level. We organize some things that we call squares of Europe in very small hometowns with less than 10,000 inhabitants, where we hold the European Year of Skills, how to acquire skills, the concerns of the youth, and so on. And for that, very often we invite the SEPIE, and some of your colleagues come to participate with you and with us. We've been involved in the International Festival of Cinema of Castilla-La Mancha for some years now. This festival shows films from and videos from many countries, and there's always a social factor, an inclusive one. We organize many events on green employment, demographic challenges, and so on. During the presidency of the European Union, the commissioners of the European Commission, for instance, the vice president of Esquina, has been involved in several events where we presented Erasmus Plus projects. There was even one in Alicante, which is Erasmus Plus for people over 50 who are studying in universities and who travel to other countries for these opportunities. The idea is to get to a young audience with projects such as Televisión Española or influencers. You know, there's a lot of influencers nowadays. Well, with all of the agents, we try to promote access to education and the labor market to people with disabilities, to promote opportunities with the youth. And finally, as a final initiative, the General Directorate of Employment has launched, once this European Year of Competences has been over, the project which is called From Labor Rights to Facts. We need to materialize what we've been working on. And the main value added is creating a single shopping point about social rights. In the website, you can find easily a lot of information about the programs of the Design for Learning and so on. Data such as, for instance, we get you prepared for the labor world and so on. Erasmus Plus has information and so on. No doubt in the last few years there's been important advancements, and we have many good examples in matters of development of skills and innovation. We want to continue along that path, and for that it is key for you as agents to be involved in this task. Therefore, well, I'm delighted to be here. I'd like to thank again COCEMFE for this invitation to this event, and obviously we want to work closely together with SEPIE, and going to tell you more in detail, and we want to make use of these types of initiatives and activities. I was just checking the website, getting prepared for this presentation, and I saw that we have a database with all of the projects and the Erasmus project or program. And if we type inclusion, there's many projects actually, but you need to be more specific then, and you get thousands of projects actually, all of the European Union about inclusion and equity and so on. So congratulations to our colleagues from SEPIE, because up to 20% of those projects included Spanish partners. And I believe that is a great news. That clearly says, that proves that the stakeholders in Spain are really good in working for inclusion. Thank you all for being here and for enjoying this day with us. Now it's me, right? Good morning. Thank you for inviting SEPIE to attend this day so that we can contribute with our vision and our actions in the field of inclusion and diversity. To me, in this case, there's a dichotomy that I have to face. On the one hand, I need to talk about the institutional aspects because I'm an employee of the national agency Erasmus Plus. But on the other hand, I also have my own personal bias and experience. And I thought that if I do not talk about my personal view, my presentation is really not going to be full. I am going to make use of the fact that I have Maria to talk about the more institutional part of the programs of the European Commission and so on. And instead, I'd like to talk about the more personal part, which is inclusive education. When I was 6 or 7, I was one of those students who attended segregated education. Back then, I went to second primary school in a school for the blind in Seville specifically. It was the beginning of the 80s. That was when in several places of Spain, the civil society and the families started to implement some activities. Civil society normally is ahead of everything. It's impressive. The initiative of the civil society is impressive. The resolution ability is great. Sometimes institutions just follow, adapt to what the civil society has already started. And in this case, that was clear. Families, I remember when I was 6 or 7, my sister rather, who was also blind, She was in Seville for the 3rd year. I was in Seville for the 2nd year. And we said, we do not want to go back to Seville. We want to continue studying in Las Palmas in the Gran Canaria Islands, which is where we belong. My parents didn't have any experience in the field of social understanding. But anyway, they started to work on it. I remember my father had a Beetle car back then, and I remember that we traveled everywhere. We discussed with families. We explained the advantages of having their sons and daughters to study where they belonged, living with their families. But everything was against them, against us back then. Institutions were against us, actually, against what used to be called integrated education, which was an in-between step between segregated and inclusive education. Anyway, they started to connect with people from the Basque Country, Catalonia, Andalusia, and with other societies such as Ampase. And they were able to start an integrated education school in the Gran Canaria Islands, and then some multi-professional teams to give us support. Initially, it was really a struggle, a daily struggle. But thanks to that, myself have been able to be here, obviously. I've been able to have a normal job with technological adaptations. So to answer Ancho's question, to answer Bea's and Reme's question, yes, it is evident that if education is not inclusive, it is not education at all. In the same way that if we talk about the connection between inclusive education and this European pillar of social rights, if inclusive education is not warranted, what are the social rights a person is going to enjoy who is excluded, who is apart from the rest? None. Well, there's several factors to be considered here. On the one hand, we need to approach inclusive education from different perspectives. Number one, the social perspective. The advantage of having certain groups of the population, maybe people with disabilities, migrants, people with socioeconomic difficulties or any other types, who are participating in the society fully, actively. That's something that we all need, all of us who share an environment. And that is also in the field of disabilities. I've been involved in some education and dissemination programs related to leadership, social leadership, and it's fine to be an entrepreneur in disabilities, but also we need to go to leading and co-leading and being actively involved in social projects around us. And to me, I was extremely lucky because I was able to do that. To me, that was a vital experience, and that's certainly the best thing you can do. My best experience, no doubt, it's enriching, clearly. And these things can only happen if you normalize, if you standardize living together with other people. And for that, you need to start this type of small projects from the time you're a little child. Otherwise, you won't be able to do that. Then also, you have to take into consideration the point of view of the different people who may have difficulties to have access to education. Living an experience of exclusion or rejection is devastating. The consequences are devastating. I'm sure, I know people who have never overcome that rejection when they were teenagers, when they were children. That's a tragedy, a personal tragedy. Being excluded is a tragedy. Exclusion is a tragedy. So institutions, administrations specialized in disabilities or in social things need to do anything in their hand so that that doesn't happen, so that we promote active participation, so that we get connected with families, because that is vital. That support is key. In the project I've been involved in from 2014, maybe less actively now, but I'm still helping, I've also been able to leave the exclusion for migrants, for people with other languages and other type of prejudices, and people from 13 years of age are excluded from the educational system, and that is awful. There was one year when we had all of those who were from 13 or 14, they were fired from October. Eventually, they just gave up, dropped out school. Then they go obviously to bands, because the young gangs are looking for what they don't get in the educational environment, and they have difficulties also in their families. So gangs give them protection. Gangs welcome them. Gangs pretend that they help them. And those are people that we're losing. And we cannot have them in the labor market afterwards, and social activities and so on. That's talent that we're not going to be using. I'm convinced that if we have an inclusive education, if we follow that pathway, the true, full participation in a society requires integration in the labor market also. In the ordinary labor market, normalized, so to say. If you cannot achieve that, if there's still barriers there, well, we need to continue working to get inclusion. At least that is my experience. And that's the way I see this phenomenon that we have to tackle. In order to improve inclusion and the value and the presence of diversity in the schoolrooms, SEPIE is implementing the principles and the targets of the strategy of Erasmus Plus program from 2021 to 2027. And they've also implemented it in 3 areas. The internal area, in order to apply all of the objectives and principles of inclusion and diversity in the way the agency works in terms of staff training, internal procedures, and all of the things that are related to that. Number 2, the interaction with the beneficiaries entities. We also need to give them support to allow them to fulfill the objectives of inclusion and diversity set forth by the Erasmus Plus program, the strategy of inclusion and diversity. But number 3, we also need to promote the involvement of people who have defined themselves as people with less opportunities, people who have barriers, in order to be able to be involved in the exchange Erasmus Plus programs. I think it is very important, and I forgot to tell you that inclusive education should not only fulfill the academic formal part, but also the rest. The informal involvement, for instance, in workshops, group works in class, and when they go out to, I don't know, to visit a factory or to visit a park or whatever, they need to be included. Because if you include people in the academic part, but you exclude them from the outings, we wouldn't be able to fulfill their objectives. Because the teenagers or the children feel part of their environment, one more student when they do the outings. It is true that sometimes we don't have the necessary resources or the necessary staff, but the main resource is the will to integrate. to include. Very often you can overcome the rest of the material deficiencies or human deficiencies, but if you do have material resources and human teams, but there's not the will to integrate or to include, you won't be able to do that. SEPIE also wants to promote the inclusion and diversity in those outings, in the involvement of people with lesser opportunities in this Erasmus project. There's been a cross-cutting group for inclusion. There's one representative from each one of the areas: schooling, adults, vocational training, and higher education, apart from assessment and control of projects. It is a complex project, and it takes a bit longer than what we wish it would take. But you need to coordinate the areas, you need to draft documents that need to be approved and published and so on. But we're working on that. We've defined the profile of people with less opportunities, the participants, for instance, those who live in peripheral regions. The amount of the percentage of the trips that is financed, the aid or the subsidy to people who are accompanying them. Another very important aspect is the dissemination of the objectives and the strategies of inclusion and diversity, in which the agency is working. And for that, we're updating the content and we're updating the website. In the part which is dedicated to inclusion, we've adapted it to the criteria of Erasmus+. We're also drafting and publishing newsletters on different themes such as inclusion, and the idea is to continue generating materials. But at the same time that we generate materials and tools that allow us to, number one, see which needs we have in order to continue updating the needs for inclusion and diversity of the beneficiary entities and people with lesser opportunities, but also interviews need to be made, surveys in terms of disability. It's difficult to generate data which are updated, but also the data need to be usable as tools. We also need to carry out mechanisms for the monitoring and the assessment of the work that is being carried out in terms of inclusion and diversity. I'm part of the group of inclusion and diversity. We hold meetings from time to time, periodically. We've just passed the document which is entitled Inclusion and Diversity, so that we're going to give it to the directorate so that they give their approval, so that we can also implement it. And well, if you have any doubts or questions, I will try to answer. Thank you.
Well, if you want, we continue. So interesting, isn't it? Thank you so much. I had a few questions ready, and I had my expectations, but this is a lot better than I would have ever expected, really. Thank you, Jorge. Thank you so much. I really loved your presentation, and I believe that we all agree with that. So well explained, so simply explained, so easy, and so many things to do, right? I don't know about you, but I've been noting down all the things that I'm going to do when I finish, all the courses that I'm going to join, all the festivals that I'm going to attend. And I've also had to reflect on the powerful and real message, right? That's the reason why we're here for it. And the principle of inclusive education, and because very rarely children with disabilities or with any kind of other problem or other diversities, socioeconomical diversities, migrants, and so on, just for them to be children, just boys and girls. That's what all this is about, isn't it? That we want them to be happy children, want them to enjoy and play and learn. And that is why it's so important for us to be here today. And as part of this framework, where we talk about the importance of education and the rights of children, is what we do, we research. And thanks to research, we managed to figure out the approaches and methodologies that make classrooms to be full of energy and happy children. And that is why in the INCLUDL Schools project, one of our partners is the Autonomous University of Madrid, which is given us that guide towards inclusive methodologies. And in the project, like Remy very well mentioned, what we've done is that under the theoretical framework of the UDL, Universal Design Language, we've included service learning. And that is why now we're going to introduce you to our colleague, Roberto St from the Autonomous University of Madrid, who's going to tell us about the Universal Design for Learning. And later on, we will continue talking about service learning, or SL. Let me introduce you, Roberto. Roberto Sánchez Cabrero, as well as an excellent person, because I know him personally, is a professor, is a PhD contracted teacher in the clinical and the Autonomous University. He is PhD in clinical and health psychology and social science from the University of Salamanca. Since 2021, he has been working as a lecturer in the Department of Developmental Psychology at the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education of the Autonomous University of Madrid. And he is currently a permanent lecturer, and he is accredited as a full professor. He has been involved in university teacher training for 15 years in different universities, and he is currently a member of the On Inclusion Research Group on Inclusive Education. He has published numerous articles. We have the evidence of that. A lot of them are related to the INCLUDL Schools project. So yes, Dragons of Lavapiés, different festivals. Let's note all these things down. Read the articles written by Roberto. Those things are things we have to do. So as I was saying, he has published numerous articles on inclusive education and teacher training in recent years, generating to date an impact on close to 1,000 citations in the academic field. He's a strong advocate of inclusive education, and he firmly believes that quality education is education with all and for all. Roberto, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Bea. I think my presentation is here. Can you perhaps go back to the previous slide? Show the best slide. Thank you. That's it. So good morning, everyone, and thank you very much. My name is Roberto. My colleague very warmly introduced me, and I'd like to thank COCEMFE for inviting me, particularly Reme and Bea, who are the links with our university all the time. We're really thankful to them for everything they've done for us. And I'm going to give you a brief presentation on what universal design for learning is. And I'm going to link it a little bit to what we're discussing here, and that is inclusion. And so we're questioning whether education or non-inclusive education is education or not. And well, this is where we stand. We at the university, we are kind of like on the other side, right? We are the ones that consider educational inclusion because it is our responsibility, and as such, is a big challenge. If inclusion is necessary, it's essential for everybody and with everybody, and if education is something that is owned by everyone, it is the teachers, the ones that have to incorporate it into our methodologies, right? And if all we do about it is theory, but we don't put it into practice, we're never going to succeed, and no one is going to do it for us. It has to be the teachers ourselves, the ones understanding that this educational inclusion is necessary and absolutely crucial in the current society. So where does this new emphasis on inclusive education come from? Well, it's not a trend. It's not been invented through the 2030 agenda. It's nothing to do with politicians, it's nothing to do with teachers, it's basically a necessity. And like Jorge Bolaños very well explained, it is a necessity that comes from a constant fight that people with disabilities have always done, and their relatives, their associations, foundations, in order for them not to be excluded from the society. And the first step not to exclude them from the society, definitely not the last step, is education. Because through all that fight that they have done for many years already, we have reached to the conclusion, we have concluded that education must be inclusive. Yes, so we assume that education must be like that, and if it is not like that, then it is not education. Inclusive education has many origins in different fields, like we mentioned before. The individuals themselves that have felt excluded, their relatives, organizations, the political sphere, educational sphere, many. But in terms of link to the teaching methodology, we can identify these three origins. And I like to highlight them because they are the ones I'm going to use later in order to explain universal design for learning. We're going to learn about the concept of disability by the WHO. We're going to talk about the social conception of disability that is still valid today, and also we're going to talk about the universal design model in society. So we're going to start with the disabilities by the World Health Organization. There have been two big classifications. One corresponds to 1980, the other one to 2001. And the second one is the result of the previous fight formed in order to reach a real definition of what disability is. If we think about the first definition from 1980, we can see here what it meant. You know, we can see how we studied from like an arrow, a unidirectional arrow, where a disease or disorder created some impairment. This impairment was visible externally, and that it gave rise to a socialized disability. This definition said that if you had a disability, you were going to have some social consequences that you could not avoid. And due to that, the society, the social system should therefore take care of you. Obviously, disabled people and their relatives, associations, and all the people related to them didn't feel comfortable with this definition. And after many years of fight, by 2001, the definition was modified in order to include a systematic definition. Now it is not mandatory for a disabled person to have social problems. We don't associate a set of problems to disability. That is instead a condition in an individual that may or may not create problems depending on the context and the surrounding conditions. So as we can see here is a health condition that could potentially generate physical problems or not. It could also give rise to limitations in the activity or not. It may create deficiencies in the participation or not. And the maybe or maybe not depends on different contextual, environmental, and personal factors around the individual. Therefore, it depends on us as a society, depends on the teachers in the educational sphere to make sure that those conditions, those things may or may not apply to each disabled person. The second important thing was the models of disability care or care for disability. I'm going to make reference to what Jorge Bolaños explained. We started with segregated schools. In the 80s, we then created the medical rehabilitation model, the sort of integration. And currently we say that people with disabilities have the right of an independent life, just like everybody. So we talk about then rights, and we talk about ensuring that social independence so that they can have a good quality of life. So what do we mean by independent living and psychosocial living? Well, it means that we want to promote among our students their personal autonomy. We must realize that the disability is just another condition of the individual. So we don't have to talk about disability in theory. We need to talk about how every individual is. You know, everyone is different and they do not respond to a specific pattern that we can then define everything around it in terms of behavior and everything. And so if we break that taboo of the person being disabled, we can say that it is the society that can create a favoring or limiting context to that individual, and it's therefore the society that the one that presents the disability, the one that has the disability. So if we present an environment and a context that is inclusive to our students, where they can learn and develop, and if everything is designed so that they can join the educational system and they can learn at the same rhythm as everyone else, then that disability will no longer exist. The social conception of disability is also supported in the dimensions of the quality of life described by Sherlock. This 8 dimensions model is good to, or is used to analyze the quality of life of individuals. It's not just good for teachers, but also for doctors, pediatricians, sociologists, everybody. Every one of us can self-assess according to these dimensions and then create a personal level of the quality of life. This applies to disability, and this applies to anyone with any kind of handicap, any kind of disability that could be addressed in a classroom. If we assess everybody, we can then know how we can make sure they reach the right quality of life based on these 8 dimensions. And now we move on to the third origin, which is the universal design of physical space and objects. Because we've talked about universal design for learning, but the origin of all this has no room in education, not either in psychology. These was applied to architecture and the design of objects in ergonomy. We can say that the 20th century society moved forward and then started making bigger things, bigger skyscrapers. And it reached the point where everything was becoming less and less manageable. And then there was a current that turned into a paradigm that led to designing more manageable structures that were accessible to everybody, so that the spaces and the objects were accessible to everyone. So everybody was incorporated into the spaces and the objects. This universal design, we see this example here, this non-split ramp together with stairs. We can think of any kind of object that could be designed universally, say a tin opener, a pair of scissors. Why do we have to have scissors for left-handed and scissors for right-handed if we can design scissors that could be good for everybody, even for those who had some mobility handicap? Well, that is the idea, and this is based on not segregating the users based on their level of competency. These should be things that can be used by everybody. They should have no higher cost. I mean, designing adapted scissors should not cost more than designing normal scissors for right-handed or left-handed people. And if we do that, it will be more durable in the market over time, because the usability of that object would become a reference for future buyers. Universal design of space and objects has 7 key principles that we can see here, which is fair use or equitable use, which means that everybody should be able to use the object of the space. The flexibility in use, that means everyone can use the space and the object as they please. Also, simple and intuitive to use is how they should be. Perceptible information, that means it is obvious how to use an object. Then tolerance to error, it means it doesn't get broken if it's not used rightly. It should require minimal physical and cognitive effort. It doesn't require, therefore, a high level of, cognition. And these objects should be, and spaces should be adequate in size. You know, they shouldn't be too big or too small, so that everybody can therefore use it, whether they have more or less mobility. So as we can see, universal design should be at the basis of the accessibility pyramid, whilst personal support should be at the top of this pyramid. Universal design would be about designing our environment for everyone without specifying between different levels of competencies. And after this, we have this question. Is it possible to apply these principles of universal design to pedagogical methods? Well, the answer is yes. We would have new principles. We will need to adapt the original idea, but it would be perfectly adaptable. So we start by saying that with regards to education, the problem is not a problem from the disabled people that are away from the average student. No, the problem is in the curriculum, in the educational system. And we understand from Universal Design for Learning that the curricula are disabled with regards to who, what, and how. With regards to who, because traditional curricula are designed for average students that follow an average progression, but not for those who follow different rhythms or learn in different ways. It is also disabled in relation to what they can teach, this curriculum, because when we check the legislations, we see the contents in certain course, and we see that they talk about specific content, but it's more difficult to talk about procedures, competencies, etc., etc. And it is also disabled in relation to how they can teach, because they often specify what contents have to be acquired, but they never specify how they should be acquired. And the fact that this is not specified gets education farther away from its actual meaning, the pedagogy itself. Then we move on to the universal design for learning. This is, as we can see here, I'm going to read the definition. It's a new approach to teaching, learning, and assessment based on advances in learning and ICTs to respond to individual differences in students. It was developed in 2002. It's not a coincidence that the dates actually match the patterns of the new definitions of the World Health Organization, the UN Universal Declarations, and so on. From the 21st century, there was a big evolution towards inclusive education, and this is one of the first steps that was taken. The CAS, the CAST, the Center for Applied Spatial Technology, designed it for the first time in 2002, and it included all the technological progresses and scientific progress that have been made in applied sciences like neuroscience, psychology, education, pedagogy, behavioral sciences, and so on. So this is an approach based on scientific evidence, not interpersonal theories or theories that are based on philosophies. No. So this is education for all students at all times, and it's not just for students with disabilities or students that could have some problems with traditional curriculum. It's for everyone at all times. These are all, we're all individuals that can help and at some point in our lives for different circumstances or other reasons, and so therefore this could always be applied. The main characteristics of Universal Design for Learning are that they emphasize the school curriculum and not the individual. The methods are flexible, accessible, and customizable. They could be adapted to the students. It's not a rigid method to teach. It seeks to turn students into expert students or expert learners. This is a way of saying that we want to develop amongst them the skill to learn. This is about them being able to take decisions, be autonomous. This is not merely orientation or guidance to access, which could be applied to the universal design of spaces and objects. So objectives are also flexible, varied, and adaptable. So the methods and the objectives are flexible. The assessment is also flexible, and the evaluation of the assessment is also flexible because it's based on the process. So it's not based on the content exclusively. It's also based on how far the student has got. And so the process has to be assessed. So how does UDL deal with curricular disabilities? Well, from the very beginning, from the outset, and for everyone. It doesn't emphasize particularly those particularities of the students. Instead, it offers a range of possibilities, and the student can adapt from the outset. It therefore doesn't wait for the student to fail or for the student to need all that in order to use the adapted tools. Instead, from the very outset, the student can access everything and design its own learning. How would we apply UDL? Well, UDL has a structure and is based on 3 principles, 9 guidelines deriving from the 30 principles, and 32 verification points. I'm not going to show you the whole structure because it's just not the time, because I've only got 20 minutes. But I'm going to give you this slide here that shows you how it is globally. Now you can see here that in the color code in green, purple, and blue, we also see a small frame that shows how from neuroscience each UDL principle stimulates a different part of the brain in order to promote a more complex learning and adequate learning in all students. The 3 principles are what we see here. The first principle is what you can see on the right, which is action. Sorry, the second. The purple is the first one, sorry, which is about providing multiple forms of representation, which means that teachers can present the content and the procedures of these learnings in varied and diverse ways, not just an oral presentation. We also have to have or will have material in videos and braille language, also audio material, games, written text, ultimately different ways so that all students can access the content. The second principle would be the one, it would be about providing a lot of forms of action and expression in blue. That would be the direct interaction between the student and the contents. That means the student can interact in different ways with the contents that and the procedures that we have presented. That would be the how of the learning. And the student could perform written homework, they can use videos, they can speak, they can participate in games, they can create blogs, they can interact physically, intellectually, they can basically use different means, cooperative ways, individual ways, basically different ways to interact with the different contents. And finally, the third principle, motivation and commitment in green, that would be about providing multiple ways for students to engage with learning. That means for them to self-motivate, to self-regulate, so that they know how they have to do about that educational process where they are involved. So how do we do this? Well, first of all, we would need to separate the goals and the means to achieve the learning. That means, for example, in a physical education lesson, a teacher can consider teaching their students how to play basketball. And then the students could learn what basketball is, and that can be taught in different ways. That is separating the goals from the means to achieve the learning. So a student can learn about basketball theoretically with some rules, also practically, just getting a ball and playing basketball. Also practically, they can teach how to play basketball on a wheelchair. They can play, they can see it as an adventure, many ways. Then we move on to the second step, which is about setting a challenge for all students. And then based on the means used by each student to learn what basketball is, based on that, we would adequate a goal to each of those students, but an individual goal. Thirdly, we will involve and engage students in achieving the task. The student himself or herself will see what the goal is, what they need to achieve, how they are going to motivate themselves, how they're going to know whether they're doing well, whether they're learning what basketball is or not. We will also provide the adjusted methodology, adjusted to the diversity, to diversity in general. And then everything, the evaluation will be flexible and process focused. It will be about seeing the path followed by the student in order to learn what basketball is. The UDL paradigm uses ICT tools. Remember that this was launched in 2002, and ever since it has been updated with new methodologies, new tools that can allow them to it can make easier for UDL to reach students. There are loads of tools that allow for accessibility. These are all part of UDL. They can be structured in these 9 fields. These are tools to perceive information, for language and symbols, to improve understanding, for physical means of action, expression and communication, executive functions, self-regulation, persistence, and interest. Out of all the currently existing tools, we have here the UDL wheel, which is a wheel that includes all the currently existing tools to be able to implement this methodology. But what happens? Well, this is from 2022, and in 2022 it was kind of like the boom of artificial intelligence. So I'm sure that in 2024, 2020, and onwards, we'll have to probably remove some and include others and transform it, meaning that this wheel is actually alive. And there may be other tools that are not currently included here, but it can help you understand what the structure is. And if we want to implement UDL, we can always use existing tools, existing resources, and new technologies make our work easier. And in order to answer to the question at the beginning, the challenge of inclusive education, thanks to new technologies, I think that is going to be possible, or at least it will be better. And this is all for me. Thank you very much for your attention.
Do you want to take one of the seats? Thank you. Didn't I tell you that he's really good? I saw some of you were taking notes. Well. Let's take even more notes. Let's take some papers, because Roberto was great in his brief presentation, but excellent, by the way, until he got to the Universal Design for Learning, UDL, which is the framework approach of the INCLUDL project, on which we need to do the design thanks to the methodology, which is learning service. Service learning, SL. In order to talk about SL and the projects that we've made on INCLUDL, the schools of Latvia, Poland, Turkey, and Spain, we're going to have two wonderful women, colleagues from the University Autónoma of Madrid, colleagues of Roberto, and I'm going to introduce them. On the one hand, Gemma Said, who is a PhD in education from the Complutense University of Madrid and assistant professor at the Universidad Autónoma in Madrid in the Department of Developmental Psychology and Education, a pedagogue with training in disability and emotional well-being. She has worked with children with autism spectrum disorder and associated conditions. Her main publications and lines of research revolve around emotional well-being in people with neurodevelopmental disorders and educational inclusion. She's a member of the same research group on inclusion, and she's currently a researcher member of several national and international research projects on the educational inclusion. And that was Gemma, but we also have Elena with her, because they're going to be presenting jointly. Elena López de Arana holds a PhD in Humanities and Education in the Organizations of the Future. She has worked in different universities such as Mondragón Universitatea, thank you, and the University of the Basque Country, Euskal Herriko Unibertsitatea. She also currently works in the Department of Pedagogy of the Universidad Autónoma of Madrid with a contract as a contract lecturer. Her lines of research focus on the improvement of educational processes, teacher training, social justice, and especially service learning, which combines all of the above. She has directed several innovation and research projects on university service learning and technology, so enjoy her or their talk actually. Thank you. Good morning. As Bea said, I'm Gemma and my colleague is Elena Lopez, and we're going to talk about the other leg on which the projects Erasmus Plus are based, which is learning, service learning, SL, from now onwards, SL. SL, service learning. Well, first we need to define what that is. And in order to talk about service learning and in order to give you the context, or to say, first of all, let's place ourselves within the context of Sustainable Development and 2030 Agenda. I'm sure that it sounds familiar to you. The 2030 Agenda talks about 17 different objectives and 169 goals, the main problems that are tackling the entire planet. You can see them here. In general, we're going to see things of poverty, equality, climate things, and obviously education issues. Sustainable Development fourth goals, or Sustainable SDG 4, is related to quality education for all of us, translated to all of the goals of this objective, which is an inclusive of education where all of the students, no matter what their characteristics are individually, they're going to have a presence and a space. They're going to be able to participate and learn, all of them together within the same place. Okay, the idea of the Sustainable Development Goals is not only up to the politicians nor the government, obviously, but also all of us related to the educational institutions are responsible for the SDGs. What tools do we have in order to be able to fulfill the SDGs? Several, amongst them SL, service learning, which is a very valuable strategy so that from educational institutions, no matter what level, we can get close to the SDGs by activating the civic mission and the solidarity that all educational institutions should have, because service learning, as you can see on the screen, not only apart from providing service or learning, we also develop justice, citizenship, we provide learning, development, and so on. Service learning, Bea said, is a methodology. Yes, it is. It's also a philosophy, a way of understanding education that gives us some power as educational agents to see the world and everybody represented in the world with a more complex vision, more critical. We need to go beyond that. Okay, then what is service learning then? This is the philosophy, this is the point of view, trying to act as a bridge between two things that seem to be far away. Services to community on the one hand and learning on the other hand. The curricula content, for instance, of our primary or secondary education and so on, it tries these two elements to have a dialogue amongst themselves. It generates a space, a meeting point, so to say. What does that mean? Well, what students learn, they learn in order to provide a service to give an answer to a need which is real, the present time, and within the context where these students, to a larger or lesser extent, is immersed. For instance, any type of educational community need, maybe legal, social, medical, economic, political needs. And let's give some context to the service to the community. Well, service learning enriches learning because they learn from experience. They learn by doing. They don't only learn from what they're told at school. It's learning by doing. And they activate actively learn, activating a social and civic responsibility as students. It establishes new relationships between the educational center and the community. And normally it even strengthens that relationship if they already had that with a critical reflection, which is going to be carried out by all the agents included in the service learning. And with this minimum definition, I hope you find it useful to give you the context. I also need to add that service learning is based on 4 psychopedagogical basis so that it can consider an SL, a service learning, such as learning, obviously, and service, obviously. Learning is what we learn, the curriculum content that we learn differently with other methodologies, but also service, what we give in exchange in order to respond to a need here, now, not something that we feel like doing, but something that is really necessary. Within these psychopedagogical rounds of foundation, we also get involvement of the students, of the teachers, and of all of the community. The engagement. They need to be engaged not only by just being, I'm here and that's it. No, they need to be engaged by taking decisions, by collaborating. We get together in order to think about this. And in that sense, the other grounds would be reflection. Obviously, a reflection that makes you establish the link between what we're learning and the service we're providing so that it clearly shows what's a driving thread between the two legs of learning and service. Service learning should have those 4 elements in perfect amounts, but the reality is not always as nice as it sounds in theory. And having the 4 elements in perfect balance, well, it's going to be difficult, and it depends on the project. There's a metaphor that Elena showed about recipes, right? Cooking recipes. Service learning is diverse, and it's going to be difficult to weigh the amounts of the ingredients of the 4 bases or pillars. To me, this is like the recipe of my grandma's cooking. They're not written anywhere, but we know that there's a little bit of this, a little bit of that, a little salt, a little pepper, but every time we cook, we don't think about the amounts. We don't always have the same amount, but the important thing is that everybody loves the grandma's cooking, and we share them. That's the idea. I'd say it's very difficult for the 4 elements to be represented in perfect, equitable amounts. It's important to have a representation of the 4 so that we look for a response to the social injustice or a social need that we've designed the project for. But we shouldn't get overwhelmed about maybe not having enough reflection. Maybe there's not enough reflection, but there's a lot of learning or there's a lot of service. Out of the 4 more classical pillars, we get 2 elements to give support to them in the concept of learning, service learning. One of them is reciprocity. That is to say, win-win in the language of the youth, win-win. We all get something in exchange. I give, but I'll get something in exchange, no matter whether I'm the teacher, a student, or part of the community that is getting the service. And also empowering meaning giving more power to all of the stakeholders in the project, teachers, students, community, with IT and ICT. Thanks to ICT, very often the results of the project or what the project can include in the sense of the barriers, the use of frontiers can be bigger. The impact can be bigger thanks to the ICT and this impact of the service learning projects. Where does it impact? Well, it impacts on anybody which is involved. Students, teachers, community, which is recipient of the service, but also educational institutions where that recipe is designed for. According to the research carried out in institutions where they've done service learning educational projects, the students, after going through this type of projects, have a little better social development, better social skills, better teamwork, if we measure it, it seems to be more developed than other students who have not gone through this type of projects in general lines. And the same thing happens with personal development. As service learning has a very important part of reflection, these students have a self-concept which is more clear of which are my strengths and my weaknesses, in what part of the project I've been able to contribute more, in which others I've needed more help. Academic development, obviously what you learn by doing, as we said, it's experiential learning, and it seems that it's easier to remember. It's more significant learning. More ethic awareness and increased civic engagement, also social responsibility, social development. If I'm 8, if I'm being told about the social need of the neighborhood where I live, and I'm living next door to that need, if I also reflect on that, obviously, all of this civic or social engagement is going to be better, obviously, than if I've not been informed about that. And it also improves or enhances the vocational skills and vocational competences. Many projects deal with vocational issues. I don't know, cooking, gardening, for instance. Oh, you know what? What I'm doing, I love, and maybe students are going to think about whether they want to do that for their living. But do I also want to work with people? Do I want to work in the social industry? Because this is really being very satisfactory for me. I didn't know that would be the case. How does it affect teachers? Well, they're more satisfied with the quality of student learning, because the learning is more significant, more long-lasting, and they're better reflected. It also improves the atmosphere in the classroom. If you get better social skills, better teamwork, there's less conflicts in the classroom, and the potential conflicts are solved more easily. There's also better relationship with the students. The teachers and the students are closer, so the trust level in the classroom, horizontally but also vis-a-vis the teacher, it's better, it seems. And they also increase the presence of service learning in their course. What's the impact on the community that is the recipient of this service? Well, normally they're very satisfied with the involvement of students. This kids who was offering a service to me, normally that establishes nice relationships, and the service they get is good. And if the service is good, they're going to be satisfied also because it's going to be useful, because they've been involved and they've got their service. It also improves the relations with the educational institutions. Very often educational institutions are surrounded with social resources and social things that they don't know about, and there's not bi-directionality. And this type of projects open gates, open relationships, and improves the networks. The educational institution per se, as a whole, not individually, as a set of teachers, because we've talked about teachers, becomes also more aware of the relationships and the social institutions it has. They reflect on the context, so to say, micro and macro, where they are. And it also improves the institutional awareness. And this is related to the fact that as an education institution, we should have an ethical engagement, because we're educating citizens, so we should have a civic mission. And being involved in these projects makes you aware of something that you had not maybe thought about until you had to face that. In general, it seems that the impact of service learning projects seems to be good for all the agents involved, all stakeholders. Okay, that's the theory, right? But how do we implement that? How do we carry out an SL project? And for that, I'm going to give the floor to Elena, my colleague. I feel safer if I stay here. If I'm in the middle, I can start dancing, moving around. Thank you, Gemma, for doing the first part of the presentation. Good morning to everyone. I'm in charge of the second part of the presentation. As Gemma said, I'm going to focus more on how to develop service learning. I'm going to give you the context first. The first part was to give you the context and to explain what service learning is. That's, by the way, included in COCEMFE's guide. Those are the things that are not mentioned in the guide because we couldn't include everything. And in the second part of the presentation, what I'd like to do is focus on how to develop it. There's so many phases and so on. But this time, what we've decided that is maybe better is to talk about the elements that the 4 schools that were involved in the project Erasmus, led by COCEMFE, have developed. Also, vis-a-vis the future, if there's institutions or schools that want to develop service learning, this can be useful so that they take into consideration what can be achieved or done from the institution point of view. Okay, so we've modified the typical uses and they're not going to be the typical uses anymore. Let's see if I can link it to COCEMFE project, but also the project at large, the results, but also specific projects of different schools. That is my aim. Let's see if I can fulfill it. I'm going to talk about 4 bullet points. First, I want to talk about the ingredients we need to use in order to ensure the quality of service learning. And we believe that we have had these ingredients in the 4 projects, and the institutions, when implementing service learning, should take care of that. But also I'm going to talk about the responsibilities of different agents, acknowledgement and dissemination, but also the ongoing education or improvement. How can we do that? How have we been able to do it? Okay, that was sort of like my introduction. Let's talk about the ingredients we need to ensure the quality of service learning. In the 4 schools that were involved in the project that we're celebrating, so to say, today, because this is the end almost of the project, there's been 3 main key ingredients, we believe, which should happen in all of the institutions where the service learning is implemented. Number 1, structured support. And by structured support, we mean training for teachers training. For instance, we want to implement service learning. How do you do that? Well, first, let's train the trainers. That's the main step, obviously, but sometimes we want to run so much that we tend to forget. Start doing that, start doing this, but nobody knows what service learning is really. So in COCEMFE, one of the first meetings we held was focused on getting to know, guessing, or rather researching what service learning is, and we started to then design a service learning experience, and that is sort of like an structured support. The grounds, so to say, the foundation. The second ingredient is that the school should have relationship with other type of stakeholders, such as the community and municipalities and so on. We started with 4 schools located in different countries with different experiences, but fortunately, all of the schools, each school, had pre-established relationships with different institutions, be it elderly homes because they had done something or different things. And this is a type of support that the schools and the institutions need to ensure so that the service learning can develop. And if you do not have these previous relationships, we need to start generating them. A second ingredient also related to a structured support is starting with guides that have been already pre-established, such as the one that you will find in the handbag that they've given you. You can read it more in detail, which is sort of like a guide so that the educational center considers that the teachers are going to find useful, and so you can use the ones that are already in existence, or maybe making your own one with a context given for that specific school, those specific teachers, and so on. And all of this could be summarized, this structured support, in an implementation plan. but that's a bit more complex. With these three elements that we've mentioned, that would represent an structured support. And the schools that have been involved in this project, I think, have known how to offer this support to the teachers that have been carrying out all of this experience. But then we also have the assessment and evaluation in institutions, in schools. That needs to be guaranteed, that we need to have spaces, time, and tools. I don't want to elaborate on the tools because Bea is going to bring different tools, and in Italy, maybe you're going to see more specifically what has been used. Another ingredient would be sustainability, and maybe sustainability is not so clearly related to the environmental, but rather to the relationship that is generated between center and, or school rather, and community. This relationship needs to be sustainable in time, so that it's not just over very soon, it's here and then, and that's it. On the other hand, the resources of the service learning project require those resources need to be sustainable. They shouldn't be an extra which cannot be affordable, so to say, in terms of human resources or material resources. Let's go on, because we can talk about roles and responsibilities of actors involved in the service learning. Gemma has talked about the impact these actors have in service learning. Let's now talk about the responsibilities and functions that should be faced, where the schools that have been involved in this project, they've faced them. If we talk about the schools, educational centers, the main responsibility they've faced is integrating service learning into the curriculum. In all and each one of the schools, a service learning experience has been developed with the different ingredients mentioned by Gemma, and each, in some projects, maybe the service is more important, in some others the learning part is more important. Different projects are different. The project specifically led by COCEMFE is different from other projects where I've been involved, in the sense that it's not just flying around, but rather it is more materialized into a teaching practice. And that was transformative because it changed the school, the teachers, the students, the community. What other things have been done in the schools? Well, they've organized the trainings in the school, but also the project. They've drafted the guide. They've also facilitated the relationships with the community. As I said, there were pre-existing relations, but the specific teachers that have learned the service learning maybe didn't have those. But in the school, in the management of the school, they facilitated these relations. In terms of teachers, well, teachers have made a huge effort, you can imagine. Impressive. They've designed and implemented the service learning experience. Not only the service learning experience, but also it was interesting. It was a service experience related to UDL, Universal Design for Learning. So for instance, we've designed whatever, and they were just sweating and making a huge effort in adapting it to UDL. So they've also supported and guided the students during the SL learning. It's not just I'm going to implement the SL and do what you can. No, I'm going to support you. I'm going to help you and support you. And they've evaluated service learning with different tools. And Bea will talk about those tools later. In terms of students, obviously, the involvement, the engagement, they've really been enthusiastic in working with other groups of people from the society that maybe sometimes are more excluded or more forgotten or less visible, less accompanied, so to say, less supported. So they're also being very generous as students when they're participating in a service learning because it contributes all the things. It represents more time, obviously, but they've reflected on the experience and they've used the experience to develop values, which, by the way, Gemma talked about the impact. If you do not reflect on the experience, so you're not going to develop certain skills or competencies or values, such as, for instance, collaboration, civic responsibility, and so on. Maybe I can go to a certain group of people and do it without even reflecting. I need to listen, I need to focus, I need to get engaged. Community partners, they've worked with the schools. That's also an act of generosity because they're really very busy enough. They've also supported and guided the students. This is not only done from the school, but also the community and the organization and the institution needs to be in charge of the development and the education of the students. The community partners have also participated in the assessment, the evaluation of the project. Another significant thing related also to the success of the implementation of service learning is the acknowledgement or awareness and dissemination. In terms of awareness, well, maybe there's little details such as, for instance, drafting and distributing certificates for the students. That does not represent a lot of work. You can do that in the school management, and that's been done in the projects. For instance, when we've celebrated the service learning, when we've got together all of the community involved, we acknowledge that work. Rather than awareness, it was acknowledgement here. Also, acknowledging the teachers. Very often we tend to ignore the teachers' involvement. We can do that maybe with certificates or just by posting in the website, on disseminating in the social media. And therefore, we're recognizing and acknowledging their effort. And it is very important to acknowledge the teachers' effort. And we've done that in the 4 schools. In different ways. In terms of the dissemination, we need to make these projects visible. And we have them obviously in the guide, but also in the website of the schools, on social media. We can also be involved in calls for prizes, publications related to service learning. We can share this experience in a conference such as today, for instance. And we may sometimes also reward the teachers who have been involved in the conferences and published service learning experiences with lectures and social media presentations and so on. Now we talk about continuous improvement. By the way, the project was called Implementation of Service Learning, but vis-a-vis the future, if we want to continue along those lines, we need to do the following thing. We could focus on 2 things: reviewing the teaching practices and the institutional policies. We need to also think about the relationships with networks, institutions, communities that help us continue improving the service learning. If we review the policies, we need to assess the way the teachers learned. Was it effective? Or did we have some gaps? Where should we need to continue training? In what aspects do we need to improve? What do we need to improve? Then we need to assess the plan in order to facilitate the implementation of the service learning, and we've designed a plan for the implementation. Have we had a guide? What was the relationship with the community that we've established? And we need to assess to what extent that was effective, and then we need to monitor the relationships we have with other community agents, actors. Are they effective? Do they want to continue cooperating with us or not? Because if they say no, then we need to check what happened as a school. What is it that we didn't do? Who was it that we didn't take care of? And so on. Oh, I'm missing one. This one, I didn't talk about this one, which is revising or reviewing the teaching practice. If the continuous improvement of the service learning experience is important, it should be achieved with a mapping. For instance, to know at what stages we're using the service learning, what type of service learning we're doing, where are we looking at, where are we located. Because if it is just happening during an educational stage, maybe we should train the teachers of other stages, or maybe if the service learning is always related to the same elderly home, there's so many different social needs that we need to focus on, that most probably we'll need to develop new community relationships, but also we need to evaluate the quality of the service learning. Not all service learning are good quality. We need to make sure of the high quality of the service learning experience. Finally, for the ongoing learning or improvement rather, there's different pillars that can help us. And there's some examples here. There's some uh, which are European, but an important one is the Spanish Network of Service Learning that offers guidance, training, and so on in all of these things related to this, but there's also a promoting group in each community. There's a promoting group of the community of Madrid. There's different links. I don't know if they're going to send you the PowerPoints, otherwise just write us an email and we will facilitate it to you. We want to continue even if we are over with our presentation, but we want to show you a video to finish the presentation so that you understand the concepts of the learning service.
Feel free to stay here. Bit of a break. It's just to just to get a bit of a coffee. For those in YouTube, we'll see you later. When we may not invite you to the coffee, really, but if you're on YouTube, you can add any feedback, any comments, any questions after the roundtable. There'll be a Q&A session. So that's what we can invite you to. And those here, the person, you have the coffee just outside this hall, and I think there's a table just across where you have the gluten-free products. Is that right? Have I said it right? Yeah, wonderful. Okay, Okay, we'll be back here at 12. Thank you. Wonderful. Okay, well, hello again, everyone from in YouTube. And as I was saying before, I hope the people in the streaming have had a nice coffee break, and now we have renovated stream for the second part of the session of INCLUDL Schools. Well, now I need to talk about the results. No, aren't I lucky? You know what I'm like, Now I would be reading myself and so on, but I'm not going to do it. As I said before, COCEMFE, currently in the area of programs and social innovation, and I'm talking about this with a colleague. I've been dedicated, I worked for over 20 years in education in different groups, exclusive groups, vulnerable groups, because I'm fully committed with that topic. I don't know whether you've noticed, but it's basically what encourages me, what I'm passionate about, and it is a great pleasure to work in this field, and it's a pleasure to be able to be part of this project. So if you can I have my presentation, please? And while we get a presentation and we see the hashtag at the top, which is INCLUDL Schools, in case you want to leave an imprint in social media. That'd be really great. We'd be thankful for that. You can see the hashtag on the screen. And now we'd like to give the floor to the tools and resources for inclusive education, which are the results of these over 13 months of intense work in COCEMFE and together with our partners. Well, I like to say again, it doesn't matter if we repeat things, let's say if they're good things. Well, the power of collaboration, that is something that we've seen throughout the different presentations. I also wanted to talk about it because in Erasmus, what we see in Erasmus programs is that groups, different entities with different professionals, everyone from different backgrounds, and what it means that all of us work together, and more than anything, it helps us learn to respect the difference. It helps us learn new cultures. It helps us learn to work as a team and in ways that are different and new to us all. And all that enriches projects incredibly. And that's why we honestly believe in these European Commission programs. And we believe a lot in the Erasmus Plus program, because if we're talking about inclusion and we're talking about the importance of diversity in the classrooms, well, of course, then it is important to have diversity in the teamwork, in the work teams. This has been a key part of the project, and we have achieved something wonderful. I don't know whether my colleagues are around, my colleagues from Latvia, Greece, Turkey, Poland on streaming and the English channel, and we have made sure, we have managed to stop being six entities to become one, and that is INCLUDL Schools. And this collaboration power is what we have focused on throughout the project in order to get the outcomes that we wanted and that the SEPIE was going to assess, and we needed to have them. So on the one hand, you can see what you see on your bags, which are the guides, which you can see also online on the website of INCLUDL Schools. At the same time, we also have a mobile app with all the technological tools that are being used and analyzed by the schools as part of their project on service learning with the universal design for learning approach. And at the same time, we've also created a toolbox, and that would be a collection of all the ICT tools that have been used in the project and outside the project in order for other schools to be able to use them. So since we like to work a lot, I said that we got together for that. So we got hands-on, and we started working on key concepts. We started to get to know each other. we started to see how we needed to design all these outcomes through the selected projects. And once we had already worked a lot, we celebrated it. And the projects done by the different schools have been, on the one hand, like a journey towards culture in the case of Turkey. And what they've done in Turkey is, with regards to service learning, they in Anamur collected all the cultural heritage and they put it at the service for the preservation, at the service of the students. In the case of Poland and Spain, they focused more on sustainability and environment. In the case of Poland, they particularly focused on, how do we call it? Flowers for grandmas and grandpas. That is like a place for old people. And what they did there, how do I say, gardening. Yeah, I couldn't come up with a Spanish word. They actually added gardens to the common areas. That way, the primary school students learned a lot about natural science. And like our colleagues were saying, it is necessary to do, on the one hand, that community service and learning. In the case of Spain, as I was saying, we focused mainly on environment. What we did is that we created some accessible vegetable gardens in the educational center, and those vegetable gardens cooperate with a partner with adolescent students at risk of social exclusion. They got together with primary students or students of primary education. They got together with these other students at risk of exclusion. And in the case of Latvia, we learned this throughout the project. In Latvia, that's what I'm saying. This is really wonderful because we learn a lot from others. But there is, in that country, they are very linked to the world of birds. And so therefore, it's very typical for them to create bird houses. So as a result of that, they developed a project by which they built birdhouses for old people of their environment. It was a small village in the west of Latvia. So these were the 4 projects. And as I was saying, the outputs of these projects are all included in this website. You can access to this QR code. You can see on the slide the QR code and the URL. So in order to develop these 3 outcomes, and this is like a small slide for those entities or schools that are interested in starting with Erasmus. If our experience is useful for you, it's all yours. So what we initially did was that we shared all common concepts. What is the meaning of diversity? What's the meaning of the disability? What is creativity? Creativity is related to diversity, of course. And once we had clear common concepts, we managed to move forward and we moved on to the next step, which was analyzing the situation of all the participating schools as part of these objectives included in the project. So as we've already mentioned a few times, from the Autonomous University of Madrid, we created some assessment tools that were then analyzed through a SWOT analysis. There is where we identified our strengths and our weaknesses. If we knew what those were and what we could improve and what we could make the most of, is we then developed service learning and universal design for learning. This was key because part of that was then, once we had the specific training in UDL and service learning, because that's common, we'll have continuous learning. This is not just part of Erasmus, this is something we all know, but that's kind of like the starting point. So in that training, we left some room for the seeds of those projects that were then going to be implemented in their schools. And that way we made those projects group projects because we were all together in that training. And as such, we could all learn from each other, and we could all adapt. So once we knew the topics to deal with, once the seed was planted, they took the discussions to their own schools, to their own countries. They discussed it with their colleagues, and we started with the design of the didactic programs. That was a very enrichful project, because there were a lot of group meetings, individual meetings, so that we could then focus more and more together with the Autonomous University of Madrid around those projects that were retrofitting it themselves amongst the partners. So from the individual to the group. And when we started to design the project, we didn't get the results straight away. We then decided what tools we were going to use in order to collect all those data so that we didn't miss anything. And then once the programs were designed, we implemented and evaluated those didactic programs, each of us in our respective centers. And then we structured the results, and we designed and implemented the results that we currently offer to the entire educational European community. Now I'm now gonna focus on the guide, the Inclusive Inspiring Practice Guide. The guide is rather long, so I'm going to explain it all because you have access to it, but the keys that we see in the guide are worth highlighting is starting an initial part where we explain the key concepts in Universal Design for Learning, UDL, and Service Learning, SL. That way, the schools that are currently here today, if you want to start on this, you can see in the guide those small sort of drafts and ideas of what it is and what it is that you need. We also wanted that guide to be useful for the different schools. So the idea was to explain not only the good things and the final outcome, but the whole process itself. Because sometimes, Elena mentioned this already, sometimes we want to carry out projects and we go, okay, quickly, each of us is going to do something. And it's like, no, wait, hold on. It's about getting inspiration from other experiences that are past experiences from other colleagues. That's what we want. We want the schools to be inspired from our experience, not just from the final results. Then what we did is that we described very thoroughly the different didactic programs. We provided the annexes, or the templates, sorry. We provided the templates that we have used for our own project. So as I was saying, all those templates are available to you. That way, your school can follow those steps, the same steps. Our idea is to offer all the knowledge that we have acquired to all the educational centers. Now, in the case of the app, INCLUDL app, the idea is that you can download it, and you can also have it on your, well, you can have it on your mobile phone, but it's also available in web format. We kind of know, okay, what do we want? What do we like? And what we like for ourselves is what we wanted to share with you all. So maybe teachers thought the mobile format was a bit too small, but they could also use and access it on the computer if they wanted to have like a bigger screen. So you have the web format and the app format. So if you access, this is what you're going to find. And what happens with this app? What does it do? Well, it kind of defines the educational project, and it defines according to the service learning elements, which we have already seen. This is the 4 elements that have already been mentioned before. Gemma and Elena mentioned them: learning, service, participation or engagement, and reflection. So how these 4 elements fit into the 3 principles of the UDL that Roberto explained. So how they can fit into the principle of commitment or engagement, the principle of representation, and the principle of expression and action. So in order to get here, what you can see in the app is, first thing, at the top where you see the information button, you can access more templates, and you can also access other results, other outcomes from the project, and that way everything becomes more meaningful. So for example, this is a template. It's quite a simple one. It's downloadable, and here you can see all the information of, the project title, the technical information of the SL project that you're going to develop, the background of the educational center, the pedagogic goals that we're going to include, the assessment indicators, and so on. That way you already have access to this template and you can follow it all step by step. Once we have already defined what we're going to find in the information button, we can then access the website, the INCLUDL website. And I really encourage you to read about it. You can read the news, you can read the dissemination, the scope of the project, and so on. And the key part of this project are the implemented projects, basically what we've done, what the different schools have done. So when you click on the central button where it says implemented project or projects implemented, you can see the 4 examples that we have developed. So you have, as I said before, the birth houses for elderly people. That was one. Also, the second one, flowers for grandmothers and grandfathers. The next one, accessible gardens. And then a journey to our own culture. Those are the 4 projects. Imagine you want to know more about a specific project and you want to see how they have made use of the different digital tools. Well, you click on the specific project, the project of your interest, and then you will be able to access the specific information of the abstract of the so you can see the abstract of a project. You can see at the top that there are like 4 dots, but it means that there's a lot to tell and we don't have enough space in that small sort of box. But you can click on those dots and then you get to see the entire abstract. Okay. It also includes the children age range that we have thought this experience is good for. That way you can take that as a reference. You can also see the subjects that that service learning was developed around in the UDL structure, and also the country that developed that project. At the same time, you can see a big button at the bottom that says apps used, so applications used. So if you click on it, on that button where it says apps used, then you see the UDL principles. You can see engagement. Because you can see it on gray because it's not the one that we're using as an example. The second one, which is representation, is the one you can see on the screen. And third, action and expression. And for each of the principles, you can see the 4 elements, the 4 wonderful elements associated to service learning. Learning, service, participation, and reflection. And in each of these elements, you can see the apps that they have used in order to develop those elements. So PowerPoint, Think a Card, and so on. So if you click, for example, on the bottom of each of these 4 elements, you get to see a definition of that element. And as such, you can see the importance of common concepts. That way you get to know what we're actually talking about when we talk about learning in this particular case. Then if you click on the apps that have been used for this project, you will then see another sort of card where you will see, this is interesting, you can see what the app is about. You may not need to know everything, so we explain it to you here. Then you also can access the link in order to download that app, and also how that center used that app, because things may or may not be inclusive based on the use that you do of it, you make of it. That's why we thought it was important to explain how the school has actually used the particular app and how they have reflected on the specific UDL, the specific SL element, and how they are using this app or how they use that app together with the Universal Design for Learning. That way you can read it all and you can see how everything fits and you can start imagining your own project. So as I was saying, if you click on the other principles, you can access engagement in green. That is according to the CAS guide, the center that created this UDL structure. And in blue, you can see action and expression. Finally, we thought it was important to be loyal to our own beliefs and as such provide the whole educational community with our knowledge. So that way, if you click on UDL, you will then access different tools to learn about the UDL. And that will lead us to the CAS website. In this case, we wanted to value the CAS because we thought it was important. So here we give you access to the necessary website so that you can go directly to the key source of information. And if you click on SL, which is service learning, you will see the same thing. We give you here information on the different elements so that you can then click on each of them and learn about this methodology. Besides, on the top right, there is a menu button that you can click if you want to access the different areas of the app. And then on the top left of the app, you can access the accessibility symbol, because of course the app is available and accessible with all the technology tools for it to be accessed, reading, dark mode, etc., etc. I'm showing you the app in English, but it's also available in all languages that have been part of this project: Spanish, Latvian, Polish, Turkish, and Greek. Finally, we can move to the toolbox, and this is what you see on the screen now. This is like a box where each of the blocks of this box is one of the themes that the educational centers and the teachers have considered necessary. So we have, for example, apps that are going to make our learning process easier for our students with regards to communication, with regards to games creation, with audio making, organizers, mental maps or mind maps, which is actually, it was something that was kind of like a bit very present in our meetings. Of course, quizzes. It's been quite an example for us to know how to do things. But there are quizzes and other types of games. There are apps to create games and video games and things like that. And as conclusions to this long but firm journey, as we said, inclusive education is possible. These are actually 4 examples, and we really like this. Actually, I actually love it. These are 4 very normal schools, okay? Their teachers are absolutely wonderful, but it's not like an elitist kind of educational sector or anything like that. No, 4 schools from 4 very different countries, and they are very different from each other, but they managed to transform their schools in 3 months in order to become more inclusive. Therefore, if these 4 normal schools can do that, the entire Europe can do that. That is absolutely crucial for me as part of this project. At the same time, it's about inspiration. We want this message to reach everywhere. And we want inclusive education to stop being a horizon and become a reality. Because as we said before, and we said it in many occasions today already, education is a right. Education is for everyone. It's for all boys and girls, for all children, and therefore that right must be exercised, and it is our obligation as a society for those minors to be able to exercise their right to education. So isn't it great that there are other people starting the journey? It's been beautiful to be part of these early stages of the concept and the idea for other European schools to be inspired on. Then technology at the service of inclusion and schools. It's great. Diversity is very nice. Some of the schools are already using technology in their classrooms, others not so much. So we have learned from each other. And technology is at our service. And an example of this is the app and the toolbox, where we teach you about all those usable applications. And I think about 99% perhaps are free. This is also important, isn't it, as schools? And then, of course, our focus both on outcomes and on the different steps and the conversations that we've had is to be allied to the European Pillar of Social Rights, where the very first right, what a coincidence, it's about education. And because it was important for us to talk about rights and the full exercise of those rights in this session, we now like to give way to the roundtable so that we can reflect on everything, but we know about INCLUDL, don't we? Well, let's now get to know how both INCLUDL and other projects are aligned to this European pillar. So this session is just wonderful because I now like to give the floor to my dear colleague Belén García, who is the person in charge of the educational and professional development area. Thank you, Belén. And she is very passionate about inclusion, very committed, and it is an absolute pleasure working with her. So I'm really glad to introduce you to her. And now, Belén, you have the floor. Thank you very much. You have your floor, your table, and everything there. Thank you.
Hi, hello, good afternoon. Thank you all. Will you please come out to the round table because I'm going to moderate it? Marta, Celina, José María, Jorge. Be careful with the wheels of the chairs. Okay, we have all of the participants of this roundtable. As Beatriz said, what we're going to discuss during this panel is how we align the European Pillar on Social Rights with inclusive education. For sure, it is a privilege for me to be able to chair it, moderate it. I'm just going to give you some ideas, but then Jorge will elaborate on the European Pillar of Social Rights. It has 20 principles divided into 3 chapters. The first of these principles states everyone has the right to education, training, and lifelong learning, which is inclusive and quality, in order to maintain and acquire skills that enable them to participate fully in society and to manage successful transitions in the labor market. In other words, the European Commission identifies the right to inclusive education as the beginning of all other rights, as Jorge said also. And thanks to inclusive education and quality education, we are going to be able to strengthen a European citizenship which is able to develop professionally and personally and thus contribute to the full exercise of their rights. In this panel, we will learn from experts in the field how inclusive education is addressed in the framework of the European Pillar of Social Rights. We will learn about the concrete experience of implementing inclusive education programs in different contexts, and we will analyze the future challenges of inclusive education in Europe. Without further ado, I'm going to introduce the participants. Jorge Bolaños, who was previously introduced. But if there's some of you who are just joining us, either via YouTube or physically also presently, because we know that there's a lot of social media dissemination and there's a lot of people interested listening to the YouTube channel. He has a higher degree in Common Services. He's Senior Management and Common Services Officer, Management Support Unit of SEPIE. Marta Sandoval, who is a lecturer at the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education of the Autonomous University of Madrid. She's also a coordinator of the Consolidated Research Group on Inclusive Education and Diversity on Inclusion, where there's more members here. She's been a career teacher and a guidance counselor. Currently, she directs the Research Project 2023-2026, Shared Teaching for Inclusion. Author of more than 90 scientific technical publications related to this field of study, she has participated in several international competitive projects. Welcome, Marta. Thank you for participating on this panel. José María Velarde is a technician of the Universities and Young Talent Department of the Foundation. Psychologist specializing in human resources and disability. He has a professional career of more than a decade dedicated to the inclusion and talent development of people with disabilities. His experience includes the coordination of scholarship and internship programs specifically designed to facilitate the labor integration and professional growth of people with disabilities. He has especially focused on promoting equal opportunities in the workplace and has worked closely with companies to identify and select professional profiles that not only meet the requirements of the position, but also brings diversity and richness to the work environment. His approach focuses on recognizing and enhancing individual skills. Finally, Selina Martin, who is an expert consultant in Erasmus Plus programs, president of ITE Network. She is committed to Europe and passionate about training. She's been training international teams in educational centers and third sector organizations for more than 20 years. With the experience of these years, she has been able to develop her own methodology to launch organizations into the adventure of projects financed with EU funds, an integral accompaniment together with an integral development plan that allows Spanish organizations to continue innovating, sharing knowledge, and establishing solid international work networks. Thank you, Selina. Thank you all very much for helping us and giving light to this day. And we're going to get to know a little bit more about the European Pillar of Social Rights. And for that, I'm going to give the floor to Jorge Bolaños. You have the floor, Jorge. Maybe you want to tell us a bit more about the pillar and the relationship it has with inclusive education? Thank you again for inviting me to also be part of this panel. The pillar of European social rights, after all, considering the times we're living, recently in several countries in Europe, we can agree or not, we can discuss about how to manage resources, how to allocate policies, which policies should be implemented, which shouldn't, in many areas of the administration of social organization also. But the social right pillar, the main meaning it has is that there's a limit, a deadline, or a limit, yes, which is exclusion. You cannot accept exclusion as part of the policy of social organization or the way to manage societies and countries. And now more than ever, this is in force. There's barriers and borders that are coming up again. Human groups are being rejected just because of their geographic origin or cultural origin, or for many personal factors such as the color of your skin and disabilities also. So the non-discrimination should be and must be one of the starting points from which we need to build societies that have actually evolved quite a lot in the last few years, the European societies, but we need to continue analyzing more in depth and strengthening actually that pillar of rights in order to prevent exclusion in any level in social reality. And obviously, we also need to continue working on equity, on equal opportunities, on social mobility of groups of the population that might be in disadvantaged situations. It is very important that education is key there. It's very important to have the available tools so that if you do what you need to do, you can get a job, you can develop professionally, you can have a rich life in terms of leisure also, and many other things. By the way, in my presentation earlier, I forgot to talk about the fact that practicing a labor education and a labor inclusive policy and an inclusive education and inclusive policies allow you to demand responsibilities. And that's something that you cannot do if you exclude. If I feel excluded, you don't even allow me to try. You don't allow me to participate. You cannot therefore ask for responsibilities. If instead I'm going to do what I need to do, I'm going to ask you to be responsible and to accept me as one more person of the rest of society. And that's, I think, where we need to strengthen the pillar of social European rights. Thank you, Jorge, for giving us this very human vision. I have a question. What is SEPIE's strategy to promote inclusive education with Erasmus Plus program? Well, as I said earlier, SEPIE has adopted the strategy of inclusion and diversity of the Erasmus Plus program in 2021-2027, which is based on 3 steps: strengthening internally the agency in order to adopt all of the procedures, training staff, because it's very important for the staff of the agency to be trained in inclusion and diversity so as to be able to implement the principles and the objectives in the interaction with the beneficiary entities and with the users, especially with lesser opportunities people who are, after all, the ones who are going to enjoy the inclusion and diversity strategy mostly that the agency implements. And then there's a document that is being drafted. Actually, partly it's being applied. But we also have to define the profile of people with lesser opportunities, the interaction with the beneficiary institutions or entities is already being done in order to help them implement all measures that favor the involvement of lesser opportunities people. And in that sense, we're going to promote the creation of the fabric of networks so that we promote the contact and the sharing of experience between different institutions and the schools and social institutions in order to promote the effect of this inclusion and diversity strategy. Also, the dissemination of these objectives and principles is very important with online tools with for people with functional diversity, with language barriers. Technology is very important. And we need to make use of anything that we're offered, and SEPIE in that sense is working on tools and contents. And that's sort of like the third leg of the strengthening of the strategy of inclusion and diversity, the European one. Thank you, Jorge. Then let's give the floor to Marta. Marta Sandoval, she's a researcher. And since we're talking about the practice point of view of inclusive education, I have a question for you. What is your recommendation related to the recommendations for the implementation of inclusive education? First of all, thank you for inviting me to this panel, and thank you also for allowing us to share with you the project we just finished. I'm part of a group of the Autonomous University. There's quite a few of us, and it was a pleasure to be part of the INCLUDL. Related to the recommendations of the research for the implementation of inclusive education, actually there's a lot to say. We could talk for hours, but the main thing is, what should we do? Well, apart from research, we should have a theoretical corpus and many lights that show where the pathway is. This is nothing new. There's the Declaration of Salamanca, actually. There's all the milestones in UNESCO recently. Apart from the social pillar of rights, the European pillar of social rights in Europe, but we have a famous International Convention of Rights of People with Disabilities. The standard, by the way, the regulation is legally binding. But in UNESCO, we also have many documents and reports that also shed light, such as the social contract of education, the already well-known objectives for the development of the millennium, objective number 4, which is quality education, and all of the related indicators. That is to say, one of the recommendations is having that light, social light, that tells us where the pathway is, inclusive society. Unfortunately, we have already done that. It is true, there's many limitations because we still don't get to an agreement in terms of what we call inclusive education. So it depends on what we want to evaluate. One of the things that I believe is very important and related to what we're talking about today is the European Pillar of Social Rights. Because it does not just mark what we mean by inclusion, but it marks also what is not inclusion. That is to say, all indicators have to do with reducing the exclusion rates or indexes. That's very important. We don't agree in what inclusion means. Maybe it can be inclusion for some groups, inclusion for all. There's many reports and many research that depending on what they want to assess, we might say that Spain is doing fine in terms of inclusive education. But if you see other reports with other indicators, or if you, for instance, base yourself on LOMLO, additional arrangement number 4 or article number 4, and in our region, during this 4-year period, there's going to be 4 more special education schools that are going to be opened. So depending really on what we assess, there's some uncertainty. Unfortunately, yes, we keep on saying that we're in an inclusive country, in an inclusive school, in an inclusive society, but we need to be more critical. We need to analyze what this research corpus pinpoints as a beacon of inclusive policies to provide recommendations. Because what tends to happen, in my experience, at least in these few years, is that the recommendation is always made to the school, to the teacher, to the education staff. And that's easy because it's easy but not effective. If I only change, if I say, for instance, inclusive education needs to be designed with the universal learning design, it would be easy, right? Let's train or let's talk about UDL and that's enough. But it's not that. It's an ideological education, which is really the quiz of the matter. There's no methodological design that we may say that by itself, not even service learning, is inclusive education. It needs to happen with some willingness, some conditions. You may say, yes, the teachers should do whatever. Yes, but those willingness or resources are insufficient sometimes. The curriculum is not flexible. We have many kids who are not going to graduate from secondary obligatory education. We don't have an alternative certificate for those kids who are not going to get the certificate. And when structurally, when politically, we may consolidate an inclusive education, then maybe yes, we're going to talk about recommendations for teachers, methodological approaches, approaches of assessment, and so on. But very often we impose the burden on the teacher who seems to be the one who has to implement inclusive education. But there's policies against inclusive education, so we need to follow recommendations in different levels. And I believe that having those beacons that we have nowadays is really very positive. I think actually we should have more beacons and strengthen them, lighthouses, beacons, and we have other beacons in Europe. We have the European Agency of Inclusive Education, where in 2009 we already drafted indicators for inclusive education that as of today have not been implemented. So, yes, we do have them, but we need to appraise very often what we've been able to do. I could talk for hours, you know. Very interesting, Marta. Yes, it's a way of changing the point of view, right? And also the collaboration of different actors of society, such as the third sector, is very important because we carry out an intensive work in order to change that point of view so that the world is more inclusive. Jose Maria Velarde, the next question is for you. Thank you, Marta. The ONCE Foundation and the University Management mainly works on the first 4 pillars in its strategy on employment and independence of people with disabilities. In this way, equal opportunities and access to the labor market are addressed. The focus here is on academic life of your group, gender equality, equal opportunities, and employment support. Could you more specifically tell us how does the ONCE Foundation work on these pillars, please, Jose Maria? Good morning. Thank you for inviting me. And you're at ONCE, so welcome to ONCE. Yes, thank you for coming. We've been approaching inclusive education for a long time because we're convinced of all of the type of work that is still pending to be done We know what we don't mean by exclusion, but sometimes when we talk about inclusion, we get lost. To summarize, what have we been doing in the University Management or Directorate and Young Talent in ONCE Foundation? Well, there's several programs that we have been carrying out. Inclusive Campus, number one. That's a first experience for those students who are in that period of deciding whether they're going to go to higher education or a higher degree in a university. That's sort of like camp within the university. The Autonomous University has been involved there. And those are campus for people with disabilities, but also with people in risk of social exclusion, and also in order to enrich the rest of the society. That would be a first way to approach higher education. And we in our directorate are really concerned about that. Some of us thought we have students with a degree and they want to go to a competitive examination for the social service, but they don't have the opportunity because the materials are not adapted, because they cannot have access. So we created Scholarship of Public Employment. And in that case, all of the scholarships are for positions of Group A, A1, A2, which is where there's less people with disabilities. Intellectual disabilities in universities is a difficult thing for different reasons, obviously. And we developed a national strategy with the program which is called Unidiversity for people with intellectual disabilities, where they have their own university degree. So there's people who don't get the final degree, but they have their special university degree. And we started with a pilot project, and there's more than 50, I think he said, universities that have been doing this. And this is a program where teachers do it free of charge. They are not paid for that. They're committed because they're convinced of their goodness. And this is vocational. I don't think we need to convince ourselves of what we have to do, but we need to get to those who are really not always convinced. And in this case, well, they also have university program, a hands-on process, and they also have their own degree. And maybe they have employability. It's a difficult type of group in that sense. And in the same way, 8 years ago, we realized that there was not people with disabilities, students with disabilities found it really difficult to do an apprenticeship and therefore get unemployment afterwards. They just got the degree, maybe 2 degrees, 3 degrees, even a master's program or a PhD. So we developed another strategy trying to get 300 national scholarships for final year students who could already do apprenticeship in extraordinary companies. By the way, I would encourage you companies to please ask us to send you people with disabilities. And we're very happy because out of the 300 people who are doing apprenticeship programs during the year, normally 40% go back to unemployment, to a job. So it's more than satisfactory, and therefore obviously they can continue studying. And there we have a quite old program that we've been holding it for a long, long time, which is the program of scholarships and talent opportunities. In this case, we detect a deficit of people with higher education beyond masters. Not now, but the fact that it was free of charge was also important because some people didn't have time because they had to get also the adaptations and so on. It's much more expensive. So these are master's scholarships, these are apprenticeship, and then vocational training joined because this is a group of people with disabilities have focused on vocational training a lot because they have direct employment, we've realized, and also mobility scholarships together with SEPIE and Erasmus. 10 years ago, I believe, we had awful numbers. Only 10 people a year went on an Erasmus, and thanks to programs such as ours and other programs of other entities and the dissemination, obviously, that we're doing with inclusion, there's more than 100 people, actually 150 people a year going on an Erasmus. So we're very happy to the fact that we are offering to people with disabilities the possibility of studying abroad, which is certainly much, much more than just studying abroad. And that's about it. Thank you. Congratulations for all of these initiatives that break the barriers to the involvement and the learning, the presence and the learning that we were discussing this morning. Selina, you're an expert consultant. Can you please tell us how to write a more inclusive Erasmus Plus project?
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank COCEMFE and particularly Amanda for her really terrorized. They're here, they completed it, they met the goals, they met the challenges, and I'd like to congratulate them because I believe they've done it very well and very successfully. We have with us Jorge Bolaños, who is the SEPIE representative. I would be kind of like the other side, wouldn't I? I'm the one that drafts those projects so that the centers and universities and entities get to get to get access to those European funds. And I'd like to have this opportunity to encourage you all, whether you're schools, educational centers, or all, or those online, to go for the Erasmus adventure. Go for it. It's a wonderful adventure. Beatrice said it. It changed her life. Probably not just her life, but the life of the students and other teachers involved. And so I would like to say yes. This new period of 7 years, the European Union funds last 7 years. That's why they go from the 21st to the 27th. I said that this new 7-year period is more digital, more resilient, and more inclusive. And more sustainable as well. When we look at the Erasmus guide, which we launch every year, we already see a set of items where we see 7 definitions of people with less opportunities. So we already have the beacons that Martha was talking about before. They're giving us the tools, they're giving us the definitions. And from what I can see, a lot of things are being done related to inclusion in Europe. I honestly, yeah, you should know that the teachers, students, third sector entities have the same needs, have the same problems, have the same questions when it comes to implementing UDL or any other methodologies or strategies that they might have considered important and they might have developed. But ultimately, it is very good to know that a school in Latvia has very similar students to our children here in Spain. You know, hairstyles and fashion, all that is the same. We all have the same difficulties. Perhaps people in the north have other different difficulties, but ultimately we're all very similar to each other. And so I think it is important to go for it, get for funding for these kind of activities, and realize that we're not alone. Like the colleague said before, it's no longer 6, 8 entities developing a project. Now we're talking about the project being an entity in itself. So I'd really like to encourage you to pay attention, because when we fill in the forms as consultants for K1, K2, there's not a specific reference to inclusion. Jorge. We have it actually, we have a specific labels for innovation and sustainability, but it should be a cross-sectional thing, so that when somebody drafts a project or you draft an internationalization plan for a project or any kind of organization, it's important to have inclusion in our minds. As we said before, it goes from making and designing more inclusive apps, more inclusive websites. When we talk about the activities to be developed in the different schools, it is important to bear in mind that everyone is included, that everyone's included in those activities. So I think Erasmus is giving us a real opportunity, an incredible opportunity. I just mentioned there was a student with autism is currently, I know none of it, is going to do an Erasmus program in Ireland for a year. I believe that without the Erasmus program, this would not be possible. This student would not be able to travel to Ireland. We would not have those entities and those commitments with schools over there. And if we didn't have funding, that would not be possible either. So if you're still not engaged with the European adventure, if you're not in yet, please go for it. I really encourage you to do so. And the inclusion topics, they're there, they're up to date, and they're latent for all the teachers in the European Union. Thank you. Thank you, Selena. It's so important to share and exchange information, create networks. Now, Jorge, I'd like to ask you, what tools does the SEPIE offer in order to align with the European pillar? Well, I like to basically follow Selena's comments, and as such, I like to encourage people to get into the European adventure, but also the inclusive adventure. All entities, all schools are welcome to know about it, to use the available resources, so that we are no longer we're no longer afraid and insecure with regards to dealing with someone with disabilities. Sometimes that creates barriers, but we need to know those barriers, and then we need to be able to use those tools. And in this regard, we have organized a lot of sessions around the different areas that are part of the agency. They're in their annual meetings, and those will integrate inclusion and accessibility. We're also organizing a session for this year. There will also be workshops and training sessions with experts in the field, aiming to ultimately disseminate the opportunities that are available for everyone, and in order to include diversity and inclusive policies, inclusive projects into the different proposals raised by the different entities to the SEPIE. And this would be a complement I mentioned before, and I think all I mentioned before are the key tools that SEPIE is using and enhancing, and as such improving the inclusion for all. Thank you very much, Jorge. Well, I definitely think that this session will be a multiplier. The first time I heard the name, and I listened to the name, it kind of shocked me, but now as I see how it is developed, we are going to see it more and more, and we're going to get more and more ideas. And I hope this also addressed and I hope it also reaches all the different stakeholders, different entities. I'm sure that we will see transformations in the coming days and weeks. Marta, we keep talking about university. What role can the university play in the right to implement inclusive education? Well, I think that university can do a lot of things. I think it's also obliged to lead at the social level. Unfortunately, there are many people who don't see it. We've seen it recently with the Palestine conflict. There were a lot of universities that said that those were political issues, that the university could not be involved. I personally don't think so. I think we must exercise the leadership in this sense. And I can just basically quickly think about three issues, three things the university can do in order to promote and lead inclusive education. First of all, it's got to do with our university framework. There are still a lot of room for improvement for us. With regards to access, yes, there has been a lot of improvement, and there are more and more students with disabilities, at least what we call at university the non-traditional groups. We see more and more of those at the universities. And this is a formula kind of used in the Anglo-Saxon world in order to name those groups of people that traditionally didn't reach university and higher education. So there are more and more graduates that are part of this group, and that is very successful with regards to social transformation. But at the same time, we have identified a lot of barriers. And the thing is that access doesn't guarantee the completion of the degree. So access now seems to be guaranteed to some extent to people who want to study, for people who want to go to university. But we still don't have monitoring processes, which has been identified as the most efficient strategy when it comes to helping people requesting this kind of help. We may be talking about people with disabilities and people without disabilities. There are a lot of students with disability that don't denominate, they don't include themselves in that group of people with disability. It may be that we don't have all those people with disability. They also have to have, therefore, the right of not being part of that group if they don't feel identified with that group. Because it's true that there is quite a diversity in that sense. But also with regards to improving practices, my colleague mentioned it before, very true. Erasmus is becoming more and more common amongst those students, so more and more students of that group are going to the Erasmus program and traveling. Now, the autonomous university is also being part of different partnerships, following a bit of a Macron's approach. You single universities, and as such, we give the opportunity to a lot of students to follow a course in another university that is part of our civic network. And thanks to this, the quality of the studies has improved. The long distance degrees and long distance training have increased. And as a result of that, we're reaching more and more people, more and more groups of people that traditionally didn't get to go to university. So all of us from any university, school, have a lot to say with regards to the accessibility to our studies, degrees, evaluations, curricula, the channels that we normally realize that are managed through clusters, the group of teachers, the different departments, the management of the university. So we need to see how we improve that. How do we monitor and mentor rather than monitor those non-traditional groups so that we can reach more students, so that more students can complete their university studies? At the same time, the teacher training schools like mine have a lot to do with regards to initial training and with regards to long life learning, basically, or long life training. I actually saw the sign interpreter here, and she's actually been my student. That firstly says that I'm quite old, but it also it's also very nice to see students of your own, and it's very nice because you feel like you've been part of training those who are going to be, you're going to be contributing to the future of it. So one, it's the university with regards to teacher training schools kind of have one or two courses exclusively for such a big responsibility and for such a big goal, the inclusive education. No, that should actually be cross-sectional to all courses, but more specifically on more specific courses, like the one that we normally teach, which is psychopedagogy. What we should do is identify those barriers that happen at education and social contexts, at the methodological level, those things that can be improved. So the best that can happen to us training on inclusion is for our actual teachers not to be the actual barrier. And that may be difficult because sometimes we say, okay, you're trained and you're not trained, as if it was an all or nothing matter. And in this subject of inclusive education, you can be trained on social rights or human rights, but you may not know what Duchenne muscular dystrophy is about. It may not be necessary, but it's also true that that expert knowledge, you cannot teach that in just one course or two or three, but if they don't know about it, they may not feel fully prepared for that diversity and for implementing the care for diversity that we all need, because it can become quite challenging. So yes, it is our obligation to convey to them that this is not about being trained exclusively. This is also about being available for that training and being available to that diversity. And this is very important because otherwise you tend to say, well, I'm not trained on this, I'm not ready for this, which is kind of like the narrative that we see on and on in our society and in a lot of schools. This school is not prepared for that. I am not prepared. I love to, yeah, but I just happen not to be prepared. So that's a little bit what I say, this is what I always repeat. It's about being available towards the differences, to the otherness, to not knowing. Nobody ever knows everything. No one is ever going to be fully prepared to something that we don't expect. We're not prepared for certain problems. Of course not. But this is kind of like the answer. That should be a narrative that should change, as well as obviously changing the curricula of certain schools. And we're on it, but we still have a lot of work to do. But mainly, as I said, we need to be available for diversity. Well, thank you very much. I think that is a message that you have conveyed throughout the whole day. And I think the important thing is wanting, willing to. The multidisciplinary approaches, different visions to the situation. And this is something important as well. It is true that sometimes we see people accessing university, but they don't complete their studies. And that's why I think here it is fundamental to be guided. It's important to have a mentorship program so that people get to complete their studies or get to wherever they want to get to. And also the macro credentials, I think that is something trendy that is going to reach university soon. And I think that is a new a new window of opportunities. I know that you're working on that. Let's see if we can get a lot of successes around that in the third sector, university, Foundation ONCE, and so on. Well, now we continue with Jose Maria Velarde. I'd like to ask you, are you running any programs at European level on the inclusion of people with disabilities in universities? Well, yes, this came from the need and the gap that we had with people that went to study abroad. When we asked about the difficulties when they went to go abroad or why they went to study abroad, and basically the answer were issues related to going abroad for the first time, leaving home for the first time. Sometimes people with disabilities are overprotected by their relatives and their families. So what happened here? Well, it happened that the university was not always accessible, and they didn't feel as comfortable as in Spain. I think we can be proud of the Spain brand. We often criticize ourselves at university and we say, you know, public universities are just horrible and this and that. Well, actually, it's not, because in that regard, it is actually doing quite well. And this is what we realized. So we requested help from SEPIE. We asked for an Erasmus. It was a program called Uni for All, and it was like a network of several universities initially to detect the need, not just the physical need, obviously, of these European universities. What were the needs? This was done with a dual intention. First of all, to test how accessible European universities are, and secondly, for students to have a point of information to see what universities could be adapted to their needs. This was like a pilot project within the Erasmus program. And we're proud of it because to date there are over 70 universities participating in this project. It's still an open project. It's a live project, continues to develop. And both universities and students take part of it. Why? Well, so that universities depend on what the students say about their universities, students with disabilities. So we then destroy that barrier. It's also good for parents because they feel, okay, this is a reference point, and they can, it's an information point that they can use in order to know what the destination universities are like before the student gets to go or before the student gets to choose. So when I talk about students with disability going on Erasmus, I always tell them, look, figure out where you're going, find out everything, find out how accessible the university is or the city as well. Because, sometimes you just go somewhere without thinking. I remember a student calling me from Rotterdam in a wheelchair, and he was sleeping on a camping. And I said, well, you cannot do that. And he said, yes, but accessible housing in Rotterdam is just impossible. There were like three accessible flats. So it's therefore important to that. But there was another entity collaborative with Erasmus called SM, and that helped that student in a wheelchair. But that is very important. Similarly, if you have some medical condition, I always say it, I always remind you, if you go on an Erasmus program, make sure you translate everything into the language of destination, all the documentation that you have, all the medical information, all your treatment and everything, because we have come across cases of unpleasant experiences because they don't have information in all the languages or in both languages. So we developed this project, you may know about it, I'll say it again, Uni for All. Uni for number 4, all. I don't have it here 2% for this. Uni number 4, all. And it's basically, I like to encourage all the European universities to participate into that program. Well, thank you very much, Jose Maria. We will check it up and we will share it, disseminate it, because it is important to be able to do what we want to do, right? Now, Selena, what Erasmus Plus projects related to inclusion are being developed by IDE Network right now? Well, Jose Maria talked about Uni for All, and so we have here simply for all. That's how visual we are, how diverse and inclusive we are. Well, these are things that, that may just be acronyms, but they say something. We didn't have so many for all in the Erasmus projects before. But I'm just going to share with you a couple of examples. We have Simply for All, which is a project for students of vocational training. That is a reality. These more vulnerable groups tend to opt for this type of training, vocational training. And so simply means language simplification. That's what it refers to. So this, as well as this inclusion, they have specifically focused on language. So it's not just about language being inclusive as we know it now. This week is actually the LGTB or the Pride Week in Madrid. So it's not just about he, she, they, or him, her, them. It's about simplified language. It's a language that everyone can understand. For you to get an idea, for example, in the project we had 2 psychological departments, if you want. Because an Erasmus program can have very heterogeneous groups. It's often focused a lot on education, but I think already since the last 7-year period, other entities have actually joined the Erasmus world, and that's why all these projects are becoming richer and richer. We had, for example, a home for autistic students. That's probably why perhaps the project has focused quite a lot on simplifying the language with autism in mind. We've also developed tools and guides and methodology. There are also some videos, for example, to get to know how to have a job interview with more simplified language, for example, and to be part of a brainstorming where everyone can participate, where everyone can feel comfortable. The project has had quite a strong impact. I think it's been tested by 300 entities, teachers, mentors, counselors, and so on. And it is about to be completed as well, just like COCEMFE's project. And so we have this one, Simply for All. And this is a project which is, in its essence, it's an inclusive project, of course. But then we have another one, another virtual reality project for vocational training. And this is it's not inclusive in its essence, this project. But for example, one of the trainings that is going to be developed in order to build some apps in virtual reality, it's like developing an app on virtual reality where students and teachers can access if they need it. This is kind of like the other guiding cross-sectional path that I mentioned before. And SEPIE is always bearing this cross-sectionality in mind in order to approve these projects, in order to fund these projects. So yes, I think that we are setting the path. I think I'm rather positive. I think we are moving forward. We're making progress. I think we all have the same concerns, the same gaps, the same needs. And so I like, therefore, to think that Europe is going on the right direction towards those beacons that we need, with good examples and with Erasmus projects that give us that opportunity. Thank you. Thank you, Selena. Yes, I totally agree with you, and this session is an example of that. And in order to conclude with this roundtable before the Q&A session for everyone here and everyone on YouTube, I'd like to ask you an open question so that you can answer as you want with whatever you want to convey. But how do you see the future project of inclusive education in Europe?
Any ideas? I am personally moved. Actually, I feel hopeless because of the future. In the last few years, we're living terrible situations. The idea that I'd like to share with you is that yes, experience, if we look backwards, even if there's been many European projects, even with the European agencies, and there's things that we have not really carried out, implemented, we already had, and we already have indicators. That is to say, we have many theoretical corpus of many important institutions, even Eurydice in Europe. In October 23, launched a report about promotion of inclusive schools and diversity in Europe, and that once again talks about many indicators. That report is good because it is an open report not only for the group of disabled people, but also for the approach, which I believe is an inter or cross-sectional approach that we should really have nowadays in order to call education inclusive, where we can identify double and triple discriminations. And this approach should be transversal to inclusive or cross-cutting to inclusive education. That to me is the future. The future is talking about the cross-sectionally uh, focused experiences, so that does not really mean that we're going to hurt the needs of some groups. That's really difficult, but anyway, I once again like to pinpoint that the measures to focus on diversity do not necessarily represent inclusion. There's many reports that talk about evaluation as indicators, and they say, well, schools need to have specific classrooms for groups of the autistic spectrum children. And now we know that 1 out of every 4 people with special needs of education are autistic spectrum. So even the fact that you create a special classroom means, as Jorge said, that you believe that you really belong to a school. Not really. We need to continue looking for solutions. We need to look for indicators, more challenging indicators actually, where we focus on quality, not only quantity of tools, but also how many ALs or PPs or therapeutic pedagogic teachers or personal attendants, assistants have improved. Has that improved? Has that gotten worse? Well, that is important, but that's not sufficient. And if we only evaluate the inclusive education, this is a time of not really doing new things, but rather being much more firm in appraising, assessing what is it that we're not doing so well. And especially we need to focus on indicators which are more complex, not just classrooms for what we call preferable schools. Thank you for being so critical also, because that helps us get better. We need to look everywhere. Once again, we're talking about the social part, feeling included everywhere, in all levels of life, of education, non-formal spaces, and you've talked about that. Leisure. Does anybody else want to add to this? How do you see the future of education in Europe? I agree with you, Marta, especially when you talked about the tools that we use for ASD, autistic spectrum disorders. These are tools that we need to use. So they're going to be more or less included depending on how we use the available resources. I'm quite skeptical, to be honest, but I want to think that the future lays on what we do, depends on what we do. We each have our own part of responsibility. We need to act, So please, I would encourage you to use the resources that are available from the administrations, in this case, SEPIE. We need to complain about inclusion problems. We need to demand the actions of SEPIE. And in a multiplier event such as this one, since the objectives, one of the most important objectives of the inclusion and diversity exclusive policy of Europe and SEPIE is, well, let's hope that instead of 12 to 150 events are multiplied by 10, by 15, many more. I really worry about the participation of migrants in Erasmus programs also. I didn't find the statistics, but most probably they're low because of the high dropout level and absenteeism also. So it is very important to multiply them by 2 digits, the involvement of migrants, also sometimes with the barrier of language and many other things, and these are very important for the full involvement, for the full social participation. Thank you, Jorge. Celina, Jose Maria. I think it is true. What Marta says is that we shouldn't just focus on schools nor on teachers. What we want from these groups actually is that they are autonomous and that they are labor reinserted. So there's many levels of involvement. We need to focus on the same objective. It is a bit more difficult. Administration sometimes are more open, sometimes they're not. Sometimes the laws help you, sometimes they don't. But we do need, yes, you're right, to all follow the same pathway so that we have labor integration of these people, so that they have job placement and work insertion and a full autonomy. Yes, I agree with them. The resources we have, I've realized, are still not even well known within the group. There's many scholarship programs and other type of subsidies that the group of people with disabilities don't know about that. Recently, I had a call from a girl who didn't know that she had a service of people with disabilities at the university, and she had very serious problems for the adaptations to an examination. And I told her, have you not gone to the service? Oh, nobody told me. And she's in 3rd year of law. So really, we have rights. We have to fulfill the charter, and we need to go to education and guidance from the time when they're children. You need to have your academic career, especially focused on the employment from the time when you're little, and using all of the resources from the time you're little, because there's the typical things. Is there an ASD schoolroom? Yes, great, checkpoint. No, but we need to have professionals who are convinced of what they're doing, and they need to know that resources have to be worked. And sometimes the European vision of the fact that we have many resources is true, yes, but in other schools, maybe. For instance, we have a Congress of universities with disabilities, and you see how Latin American countries work on disabilities. It is crazy the way they work, the way the teachers get involved, and they have students with disabilities, and more so. So yes, we need to implement, but we need to use our resources well. And above all, it is very important to disseminate knowledge. We need to be aware, all of us, and unfortunately, the rest of the people, ordinary people, are not aware of that. So we need to disseminate the importance of disability, opportunities, accessibility, and so on. We need to tell people, if you want to do this, you need all the resources, and if you don't have whatever resources, for whatever reasons, be it physical or economic or whatever, you need to have the guidance to tell you where you need to find them. Thank you for your comments, for your ideas. And now we're going to open some time for Q&A in the room. We still have some time, and I'm sure that these presentations have generated doubts and questions, I'm sure. Microphone? Good morning. I'm childhood teacher. I'm pro-inclusion for many, many years. The first project of service learning I carried out was in 2006 in a school where I was able to get all of the childhood teachers. And I've known UDL for many, many years. It's not because it's included in the legislation nowadays, but many, many colleagues of mine keep on asking me nowadays, what is UDL, Universal Design for Learning? I have listened to Marta and I agree. It shouldn't be up to us teachers all of the responsibility. First of all, because the administration, especially in Madrid, makes it more and more difficult for us. What they're doing with ASD school classes and specific classes is awful. I'm pro-inclusion, no matter how much I'm pro-inclusion. I've been lucky to work in some schools that are pro-inclusion, but some others just say so. For instance, oh, we have an ASD. Come on, are you serious? How is it possible that you are a teacher and you have an autistic child in your room, and then you organize an outing where everybody has to drive a bicycle and he cannot ride a bicycle? Oh, well, he shouldn't come. Do you have any projects in any of your institutions which is dedicated or focused on children years? Because that's where we have, it fits it all. No, this is just maturative delays. No, there's many other things. There's intellectual disabilities, there's motor disabilities, yes, but within ASD they've included many other things in TGD, which is, well, anything. Do you have any project? Do you know of any program where there's teachers or where there's a school for primary and childhood education where you can say, well, we can have this service, we can have this support. I can have these people who are going to go along my same pathway. I'll answer. You can have access to Erasmus. I agree totally. O3. You've been forgotten. You're right. I mean, you're there, but you have not evolved from 0 to 3 years, I mean, of childhood. You know what happens in Spain? We have education from 0 to 3, but not in the majority of European countries because mothers have 2 years of maternity leave. And they say, is this crazy? So yes, this is the reality. So there's not a lot of room uh, for that. But there's more and more because other European countries begin to have more childhood years education. So in Erasmus, yes, you get the financing, you can get that. I think they would be delighted because most probably there's not many nursery schools that have access to this type of financing, right, Jorge? Correct me if I'm wrong. Oh, schools, yes. Yes, in many schools they're including from 0 to 3 years of age. That's the problem. In schools they don't understand from 0 to 3. They want 0 to 3 to be a primary school as they did with 3 6. But then they don't coordinate. For instance, oh no, they're just taking a nap. Oh yes, I know, but that is also important for them. And if we are preference schools of whatever type, even if we're not there, but we have many difficulties. We have groups that have been invisible for many years. In Madrid, I used to work in what used to be called centers or schools for what's the name? She's not remembering. For social exclusion risk of difficult performance. In all of these schools, there's invisible groups of children of migrants who live in shared rooms. I've had families of people who are living in a van at the school door because that's what they had. Families who travel hours in public transport just to go to their job place. And that's even worse when this child has a disability. Obviously, if I'm part of a group, whatever, where I have no resources, where I cannot go to services because I don't know where I need to go. I didn't know that the service was here because nobody told me, not even the pediatrician told me you can go here. If to that you had a disability of whatever type, that is even worse, and this is a problem that is growing and growing. And we as teachers cannot face it because we have to contribute and help 26 more. So if you have any projects, thank you. I'm going to look it up. The ideal would be for you to develop one of your own. I don't know what she said because she was not using a microphone. Sorry. In COCEMFE, we have a project of inclusive education where we work with the schools and with all of the educational community. We identify barriers. I don't know if you know about that. Yes? Write us to educacion@cocenfe.es and we will give you the contact of our colleagues from education, and it's done via the school, and I'm sure that we can collaborate there. Hi, I'd just like to say that in Europe, there's School Getaway where you can find all of this way, and you enter the term preschool, and you will most probably find that School Getaway. That's the School Getaway. That's the name of the database. Preschool. You enter the word preschooling, and for sure you're going to find many things. Oh, yes, Vanessa, there's a question. Good morning. First of all, thank you, COCEMFE, for organizing this event where we can share experiences. It's very interesting. All and each one of the speakers have been shedding light towards how to implement inclusive education so that we can talk about education in capital letters. I'd like to refer to Marta's presentation because she's a professor in the University of Teachers Training. We know that it's not only the responsibility of teachers, obviously. It's not only the teachers that are responsible, but I'd like to say, do you see changes in the beliefs, in the attitudes? It's got to do with ideology, the subject of inclusive education. Do you see any positive trend on this about the work on implementing inclusive education on the schools in the students who are going to be teachers in the future, or do you instead see more reluctant attitudes more related to traditional practices that were what we were doing in previous years? Thank you. Thank you. To be honest, I do not have quantitative or scientific evidence that allows me to say, well, I've made whatever study and this was what I saw in the Autonomous University, which is where I'm teaching and where I have experience at least. On a positive note, the new students who access the education degrees, be it childhood years or double degree or primary school, tend to have more open attitudes vis-a-vis the being other type of the otherness, the differences, the diverse identity. They tend to be more aware of the differences, and that's very positive. It is true, though, that there's on a more negative note, that there tends to be an abuse, in my view at least, of social media, of easy pathways, also in the academic world at large. And very often we tend not to be very critical with the schools. My students want to be on the leading edge in terms of education, but it's better not to be on the leading edge in education, because really anybody can say, I apply UDL 3.0. It used to be 2.0, but in order to be a good teacher, at least in inclusive education, you need to be willing to listen to others' valuable comments. That's tough because they tend to believe that they know what they have to do, but they tend to attribute to certain groups the difficulties of saying, oh no, it is up to him. He's the one who has the barriers. It's him or her who does not understand me. So yes, there's positive things as a group, but there's other things where the easy shortcuts to get to tolerance, to get to respect, to get to listening to the other voices. How do you know whether a teacher is good or bad? It's up to the students. It's not up to you to decide. And when I observe whether there's good teachers in Europe, especially on different projects, I don't look at the teacher. The teacher might not move from a tile on the floor. I look at the students. If the students really are engaged and they have a listening attitude, if you see that nobody is lost and so on, that means that he's a good teacher no matter what he does. He has got there and he's linking everyone, binding everyone. So in the competitive examinations, you can see inclusion, universal design, and now service learning. What for? You need to really look at the meaning of all of this, and the meaning is difficult, and you need to be very knowledgeable, and especially you need to have a certain vital attitude that sometimes students don't have. It's hard. It's hard to convey that idea in a university. Related to what Marta was saying, in competitive examinations now, there's many inclusion lessons, and I'd rather have a person with a future teacher who is convinced instead of him wanted to present just a lesson plan because it sounds nice or because it's inclusive or because it's going to give him points. To me as a professional, that's awful. To give you a positive note, we organize an inclusive sports seminar 5 years ago. There was like 30 or 40 people. I love inclusive sports. I'm in love with that idea. And last year we held it in Murcia, and there was more than 400 people, and 200 of them were students. It is true, though, that many of them come from the concern of the fact that I'm going to get a student with disability no matter what it is, and I need to be ready for that. And they want to do it by themselves, and that's extremely positive. Instead of just you adapting your curriculum because the student has a disability, no. Instead of that, you have to do it from scratch. And that's meant a lot of evolution in terms of inclusion. We've improved a lot. But I insist on criticizing, not only do we have to do the lesson plan because I have somebody there's a blind guy or whatever. The one who is going to do the appraisal is fed up of that. But the sports part, there's many students of the physical education degree that naturally just don't give them more points or whatever. They just want to do it. Instead of being one part of a subject, it has to be all of the degree of physical education needs to be in all of the subjects. This one part, not just focusing on one specific part. Basketball on a wheelchair. No, no, no. Everything in all of the subjects. Movement, warming, everything. Thank you. Are there any more questions, Laura? My name is Laura Lopez. I'm the person in charge of projects and social innovation in COCEMFE. Thank you for coming. Thank you all. I know Selina and Marta personally. I've shared with you spaces during this project and other activities also. We in COCEMFE have a program which is an accompaniment for the access of to European funds and other type of competitive calls for the last 3 years. I'd like you to, especially Selina and Jorge, to please give us some tips and recommendations so that schools and entities and institutions are not afraid of filing for the Erasmus project. And also in COCEMFE, people tend to ask us, where do you find partners to start this adventure and share learnings and experiences? Thank you. And I'd like to make use of this opportunity to say hello on behalf of the team. Thank you, Laura. I'd like to start, and then Jorge will also add something for sure. I don't know what to tell you. I've been part of those trainings with COCEMFE. We have a first call for next October. The calls for projects are open for the full year, but the large one, the big one, is launched. 80% of the funds are launched in March. For the next one in October, there's only the remaining 20%, but it is a good call for applications. And if they reject you one project, at least you have an assessment by SEPIE, so you know how to improve it. For next time, you make it better, and next time you file it for the next call. So please don't get disencouraged. Try to always join the application calls. How about you, Jorge? What would you like to say? Well, I joined this division recently. I'm not in charge of project management directly. I'm in more cross-cutting issues. I'm in the unit of support to the directorate. But I agree with you, Selina. Don't be afraid. You need to keep the enthusiasm on filing a application, applying for a project on social inclusion and things related. So that's the first thing. You need enthusiasm, and you need to keep the enthusiasm. That's important. Calls are not so complicated after all. Yes, the forms are already published. The deadline is October 1st. And as Jorge says, you need to have one idea, which is something that you need to turn into an Erasmus project. You need to read many guides, but you end up succeeding. Otherwise, you can go to consultants or people who can help you, such as us, ITE. So please do go and search on the European Union websites, look at all of these beacons and all of these financings and what you can use in your entities, and do the applications. Any more questions? Well, there's so many people who are listening to us via YouTube, and it seems that they're launching questions. I'm going to select some of them, and if there's some that we don't answer, please write programas.europa.cocenfe.es, and we will answer you. We have a question via YouTube. What can an entity do in order to be involved in Erasmus Plus? Who wants to answer? European red tape or bureaucracy is not easy. Anything which is public money and at an state level also is not easy, I know. There's requirements, there's justifications that are required and so on, but it is not impossible. There's many entities that have access to that money. I don't know what to tell you. Just go and look at the European Union websites. Look at the SEPIE website, which is maybe more accessible for those of you who speak Spanish. And look there, dig, dive. There's many manuals, there's many handbooks, there's many instructions. You need to join a platform where you need to fill in the forms and so on. Otherwise, contact entities such as COCEMFE, who is also doing training, or ITE, in order to be able to access this type of funds. Thank you, Selena. Another question. Are there any post-PhD programs in Erasmus Plus for people with disabilities? The aids in order to do PhD studies, yes, there are scholarships for Erasmus, yes. Maria, talk about the Marie Curie scholarships, which are specific for post-PhD. Yes, Erasmus is education. Education, training, sports, youth, anything related to education is contemplated in Erasmus. Thank you. And finally, a question related to opinion. With the new political landscape that we just came after the most recent European elections, are we going to intensify inclusive policies in Europe? What do you think? I don't think so. Somebody needs to say so. Let's see. Let's see what happens. But to be honest, it's really sad, and we need to be aware of the fact that it's I'm very pessimistic. Excluding social policies don't generate inclusive schools. So we need to look at others as something valuable. That would be the perfect thing to identify if a good teacher is inclusive. And I don't like to call teachers as inclusive, is if you look at others as something valuable. And there's many policies that are jeopardizing groups of people and judging them because of the fact that they're less valuable, and that somehow is certainly setting the difference on the educational policies or second opportunity policies or equal treatment opportunities that can be considered.
I will, but I think we're with the new new political currents. We have to work a lot, but that said, we still need to not be. I would try not be afraid that we may have at the beginning. It may be that in some cases. The other day, we were talking to SEPIE Media, our news agency, particularly related to disability, the European programs of the different parties, and everything where they talk about disability. and it was pretty much a white blank, sorry, a blank piece of paper, and that was from all parties, not just one or two. So yes, there are parties that have been working naturally on parties that come to you to ask for questions. So that's a pleasure, but maybe now that's not the case, and we need to just knock on their door once, twice, 3 times, but then to open that door, and when they open the door, we prove, look, we're here, and let's join together, and we're going to open your mind. It might be that you're not just on it now, but we have to at least not be afraid and try and be positive. Okay, well, we're going to start closing the session. We'd like to thank everyone for your participation, experts in the fields. Thank you, everyone coming here. And thank you, everyone that is following us on streaming and YouTube. The materials will be available on YouTube permanently. We're going to, I'm sure, view it once and again. And then now, without further ado, I'd like to invite Bea to come on stage to close this session. Thank you very much. No, thank you all. Please, louder applause. Well, just a few words now. I couldn't quite see you because of the microphone, sorry. No, just to conclude, I just found everything you said very interesting. Thank you so much for being part of it. And I'm sure that from now on, we will meet again in other sessions. I'm sure we'll become a group to do projects together, because I'm sure it'll be very good. And then in order to already conclude, just to put everything together and give a summary, I'd like to start by thanking everyone here today. Thank you for those, who wanted to come on a sunny day in Madrid instead of going anywhere else. They decided to come here and talk about inclusion. That, seriously, from the top of our heart, from COCEMFE, we really thank you for that. Thank you to those following on YouTube on both channels, in Spanish and in English. And also thank you to my colleagues in COCEMFE. I already mentioned to you at the beginning of the session. I'll do it once and again because it is a great pleasure working with you. And now, with regards to summing up, I don't know if you agree, but for me, it's been a very interesting session. We kind of living with some key points that are being repeated throughout the whole session. I'm sure our president has started to talk about the integration of inclusive education and how education as a whole should be inclusive. Yes or yes, not yes or no, but yes or yes. And this message has been conveyed bit by bit. And something important as well for us is that from the European Commission and from the SEPIE, we see that there are loads of resources to turn the dreams of others into reality, the dreams of a society, not our own dreams, but the dreams of a society. And it is the time now to stand up and return to those values and see what happens. We'll see what happens in the future, but that future, which is uncertain, should not stop us from wanting to keep on working. And Marta, you mentioned before that the teachers should not be afraid. New teachers are normally afraid of uncertainty because we never know what's going to happen in the future. What educational reality we're going to come across, but the entity, the society as a whole, it's true that we're never going to be fully prepared for everything, but it is good to know that there are options to. It's good to want to keep on fighting for the rights that are our rights. That's important. So thank you, SEPIE, thank you, European Commission. And then I'd also like to highlight the fact that inclusive education is not a goal, but a process. And it is a process that, as we said before, that requires a change of mindset, basically, that benefits everybody. So being inclusive becomes fundamental for 12% of the population. According to the statistics, they say there are people with disabilities in the world, 12%. But being inclusive, being accessible, benefits the whole population, 100% of the population. So why not be inclusive? And therefore, let's go for it through the change of mindset, through commitment, through the power of people, getting together and collaborating with projects like INCLUDL Schools, funded by the European Commission through the Erasmus Plus program. And basically, in order to conclude now, I'd like to thank my colleagues from Latvia, Poland, Turkey, Greece, and Spain. And I prepared, well, I'm not sure, they were asking me for something, I'm not sure. Okay, sign language, English interpreters, pay attention now. I'd like to thank you on your language. So, paldies, that way we'll learn paldies in Latvian, dziękuję in Polish, Karisto in Greek, and in my team in Turkey, I don't say thank you, but I say merhaba. I know what that is because I'm one of them now. Well, so that's all. Thank you very much for coming. In your cover bag, you have a lot of things. Amongst them, you have also a questionnaire. It's an assessment questionnaire because we are education, therefore we're also assessments. And that's how we can improve our processes. So please fill the questionnaire in. Make sure you leave it at the entrance. On the right, is it? Okay, on the table. Okay, yes, please leave it on the table. You can leave it on the table where you registered at your arrival. So please leave your questionnaire there. And as we said before, we like to eat, don't we? And talk. We love it, don't we? So we like to invite you to have a little bit of a snack just out there and keep on talking about this inclusive future. I hope all of us continue to be part of that inclusive future. I hope that we all continue participating in this type of projects. And that's kind of all from me. Thank you.